Hello. Sorry, I had the mic on mute. Basically, what I just said was that the white balance is doing a little bit of a better job today because I'm wearing white. Yeah, that's a rookie streaming mistake. Just tell me if you can hear me and the music all right. I will lower the music slightly. Maybe not. I don't know. Can you hear me? Can you hear the background music as well on top of my voice, and are both audible? I will once quickly go and verify just in case, because you don't, like, you never know. Are both audible? I will once quickly go and verify just in case, because you don't, like, you never know. Are both, is it really okay? Because you don't, like, maybe not. I don't know. Can you hear me? Can you hear the background music as well on top of my voice? And I'm not entirely sure. I want to rely. Mic is too soft. Why? How all of a sudden mic is mic too soft? Mic shouldn't be too soft. I'm sitting right next to the microphone and I'm speaking into it. It wasn't the case yesterday, was it? Hello. Is it better now? I've not really done any changes other than just plug it into a different USB port or something. That's it. That's the only thing I did, and apparently it is doing something that I don't really understand. But yeah, mic was feeling a little soft, was it not? Why is this a group? No, it's not a group. Okay, let me check now. This is a group. No, it's not a group. Okay. Yes, it is better now. Oh, welcome. I'll see you in 2 minutes. Okay. Do we like how the chat is? Do we want the chat to be full screen, or do we want anything else on screen? Because I can do those things now that I've learned a couple of things better. I'm not, the camera is looking a little bit to the left. Yes. I used to hate this camera angle once because I used to always have hair like this, you know, and it would seem like I'm balding, which, you know, you can see how it is. But yeah, now that I keep my hair down, I don't mind it at all. Really, this, my monitor is a little bit high, right, of which I'm not exactly a lot happy about, but it is okay. I keep my things eye level, so I see right up until here. I can still look a little bit up. There's a space. But yes, here we are. I am supposed to be... Let's play some games to start with. Has been a couple of days since we last... Okay, let's do Good Pizza, because we were continuing the story, right? Every time I play Good Pizza or Good Coffee, I wish Shraddha would be here. I don't like label the stream as Good Pizza or Good Coffee streams, but you know, we could do with some viewers who are active players in the game. Should I invest? in this multi-view thing. I don't know. I haven't tried this before. I know it's good. What it allows me to do is I can now switch my scenes just like this without you needing to see my OBS all the time. If I can place it, that is. Like, I don't know which scene to go to now. Where the hell is display capture? I don't know. It shows the top few scenes only. Where I like hide this scene? What does work mean? Delete. Pomodoro and all, we were doing that, remember? This was for Moko. Chess. I'm just removing things that I don't use anymore. BRB is handy. CCTV also we don't use anymore, remove. So yes, we have these many scenes. But I think BRB could be at the end. Garden, cam and good pizza. Yeah, now everything is showing up. I can switch seamlessly without needing to rely on opening up that every time. F12, F11. Yeah, no need to full screen. How do I hide this is what I was trying to. Nice job. He knows the polar bear up north. Yay! I am finishing chapter 5. You'll know him from the reindeer toy in his room. Through Baked Him. Reindeer toy in his room. Polar bear. Reindeer toy. He has a reindeer toy. So like visit. A polar bear who has a reindeer toy. Reindeer toy. No. 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 Yes, reindeer toy. You, sir. You, right? It's the green muffler guy. So one after the other, you keep inviting this, you keep inviting that person. It goes rusty, but I'll try my best when he's here. In the meantime, my palate is getting very chilly. Okay. $5. Do you make shrimp kaboobs here? Otherwise, just put the ingredients on a pizza. Pesto sauce. Can you do what? Doobie doobalaba. Shrimp onions for the crunch. Pesto sauce. Onions for the crunch. Shrimp. Mushrooms, earthly flavor, and pesto. Yeah, they're probably gonna. I think chapter 6 is on the horizon. It's not too far away, I think. I'm pretty sure. I've only seen a handful of stuff from them talking about chapter 5 heavily, which, you know, what the hell is Apple Arcade? Can you like tell me? Or please look it up and then tell me if you don't know. Apple Arcade, is it an event or something? She sits in my store now. Flatbread with pesto sauce on one side only. Sliced tomatoes and chicken on it too. Flatbread with pesto sauce on one side only. Put sliced tomatoes and chicken on it. Sliced tomatoes and chicken on it. But don't let the sliced tomatoes touch the pesto sauce. Pesto on one side only. Flatbread with pesto. Okay. Okay. It's a little overwhelming. Like my monitor is huge, right? And I'm used to seeing good pizza on a screen like this. Like I see everything. So it's a little weird and different. And still, I'm not even occupying. I'm occupying like half my screen really. Flammkuchen, and I forgot what that is. One meat lovers. I'm sure we can see Flammkuchen here. Flammkuchen is onion and bacon without sauce. Meat lovers, was it? Meat lovers. You can take flowers, no? Okay, next guy. But then again, okay. One meat lovers. And corn pizza. Arey, what am I doing? Mouse is so precise and the game wants you to sort of, I don't know, like I keep touching the wrong area with the mouse. Hello, lady, girl, baby. Do I? Okay, no. I guess we do. Tomato. Basil is very cheap. Jalapeno. Onion is cheap. Summer? Oh, that's like decorative stuff. Basketball game today. Classic with 2 classic meats. Well done. See, you're a whole layer at the bottom. Near the bottom. Basil, basil, basil. Well done. Basil. In the Bay Area. Basil. Were you able to figure out what the hell Apple Arcade is? Since you are an iOS and Mac user. You're a rich brat is what you are. Asking me to get a Mac and iPhone. I don't earn $2,000. Even 2,000 rupees Hawaiian 3. Hawaiian, I know Hawaiian. It's pineapple, or it's not pineapple, maybe. It's pineapple and ham. Go great together, but would they taste eggplant? Only one way to find out. Eggplant. What again? How many? 3 Hawaiians. 3 Hawaiians. Windows user, okay, hold on. I'll get to the chat. I wish chat was exactly like you see on the screen. It would be exactly the same for me too. I could see it on the screen somehow. But then it's on the left side of my screen. So when I'm playing a game, it's a bit difficult, especially a game like this or even Plague Inc, where you lose your focus, you lose something. Personal laptop. Really? I remember I used to stream back in the day Clash of Clans, which was probably from a Mac. You're the only person back then who I knew was using a circular face cam, which I thought was really cool. But generally the cropping wouldn't allow you to do that. And even now in OBS, you want that, you got to use the mask or something, which is not. It's a little heavier. It takes a little heavier toll on your CPU/GPU as compared to just regularly cropping your thing, square in a square way. Umbrella decorated with fruits. Let's see. All fruits. Olive is a fruit, bell pepper is a fruit, eggplant is a fruit, pineapple definitely, tomatoes, jalapeno, fig is a fruit, fig. I don't have fig, buddy. Zucchini is a fruit, is it? This is not a fruit, artichoke. I know that for sure. Circle overlay. Yeah, it's like those olden days where a circular overlay would freak people out. Like, what the hell? How do you do that? Like, teach me. I'm on KineMaster on my phone and I cannot edit my videos like that. Veggie pizza. Let me just get this done because it's a lot of ingredients and I might get some vegetables wrong. Do we have vegan pizza? 8:30. Okay, we have time. Pineapple under the sea, green sauce. Wait, vegan pizza. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's a 14 ingredient pizza. Minus cheese. Pineapple under the sea, well done. Green sauce. Pineapple under the sea. I think it's just this. The king is more like a name than anything else at this point. I had to put shrimp because seafood. My bad. Every day I play one day and then the guy comes with the bear and goes, okay, tomorrow. Double bake, what is mine? Gleam and glow, let your cheese shine. Yeah. Should I play the bonfire event? We'll be just gaming then. I don't have the money. Let's do one more day because the bear will come. But also I should be a little closer to the camera, I think. Now my feet can touch the wall as if I'm resting my foot but on a vertical surface like this. It's a little weird. And anytime I can push back the chair also, but it makes some noise when I do so. Yeah. From his trek down here, I think pizza. Grainy pizza with anchovies. Grainy pizza with anchovies, right? That's the only grain I have. Con putanesca. Double putanesca. I need to see what a putanesca is. I think it's one of those sauceless pizzas. Putanesca. That's pitala there. Putanesca is onions. No, it's anchovies, garlic, and olive. Anchovy, garlic, and olive. Anchovy, olive, garlic. Double putanesca, 1 corn. Right, we have the timer stopped. We don't need to do anything. This is for him. Right. Right. And then we have caprese. Caprice. We have a caprice. What is a caprice? A caprice is a Neapolitan without sauce. Corn. Yeah, caprice, right? Caprice. Caprice. That's what I'm saying. Caprice. Margarita pineapple. I can do one of them. Margarita is margarita. I know what it is. It's basil. And then what else? Okay, I don't want to prepare that because I have too much time in my hand. I'll just end up stacking up my slots in my kitchen. Hello. Buddy, he loved that pizza. Yours is the best. Ba-ba-la-ba. Cup. Caprice, right? Feeling better now. When he heard about the troubles, he asked someone named Jingles for help. Ice Crystal Meta. Chapter 5 does not seem to end. Attached to it will get a power boost. Ah, my god, I'm getting static shocks. Better get this fella ready. He just came here to give me one thing. What the fuck is this? Ice Crystal Medallion. Oh, there was something happening with Dr. K's freezer. Everything was... Can I just get a vegan pizza? Yes, you son of a bitch. One by one, I got a mouse click and triggered my carpal tunnel. Sometimes it's okay to throw your pizzas, right? I'll need like 3 different... Give me an ad. Okay, I'll be RB. Because I don't want to throw away any pizzas, right? I hate throwing away pizzas. But I need to watch ads, which means I don't have control of my audio from here. I still need to go into OBS. I can throw away the pizza, but I don't want to throw it away. So I will instead wait my turn. Pretty much, yes. We have paneer. We have some chicken like variants as well. Like, you know, if you want spicy chicken, if you want Korean something chicken, if you want, I think Korean is the sauce. But you can have like chicken tandoori pizza, something like that. But we have the veggie. I don't really know a lot. I order a plain pizza, really a regular pizza, medium size, 11-inch, I think. And then I have sometimes paneer on top. I have tried onions. I have tried
removed so you can clash forever and fill those resources quicker. Number 3. Upgrade times at the lower town halls have been drastically reduced to accompany returning players getting the upgrades done faster. Number 4. The game is very free-to-play friendly with free events, chests, and tons of magic items. Number 5. You can finally remove obstacles without your builders.
Clash of Clans has a playable now? Well, it's not loading anything. I still need to watch one more. We can spend 5 gems, I guess. Yeah. Pack. Tap and tap and tap and trigger my carpal tunnel syndrome is what I was saying earlier. Jalapeno, jalapeno. Already told you, hold on. I'm putting extra fix. Do you think, because from a company point of view, it's not a good idea. People can still complain. Oh, I got extra paneer. I didn't want extra paneer. Now give me refund. So you are already at a loss. You're already like running at a loss and you still have to pay them more. But yeah, I don't mind extra toppings. Unless it's like something I didn't want at all. I need a pizza but don't bother putting fancy toppings, just sauce and cheese. Like I know you are... fuck. You are a vegetarian, so you wouldn't want like a chicken or something touching your pizza at all. I don't have any such restrictions. I'm not allergic to anything I know of, that is. So you can put something a little bit, I don't mind. By mistake, that is. The meat lovers is my go-to, but I want to spice things up a little. Have I accepted the Zazu models? The bastards are not showing up yet. Yes, meat lovers. I think it's because I started so early. Everything was done by 12 PM. Pav Bhaji pizza. Yeah, that is not. That is some things you don't mangle. Imagine. Oh, jalapenos. What? Tomato and seafood. Marinara is just it's just a sauce. Like you don't do like biryani ice cream, right? Or you don't do chocolate ice cream biryani. That's just simply not what you do, right? Putanesca corn. Caprese, margarita is done, pineapple. Take this. Come on. What? You're using rusty stuff. Everything is frozen in your place, no? What do I have to do? Just the dough. What do I have to do? Just get the dough. What if I put ingredients on it? You have something black. That is a fungus, right? That I don't have yet. Oh! Dr. K! This is chapter 5. Jesus still lives. Oh, that is a mistake. Try sealing the DAO again. The day reset! Ah, fudge. I'm not playing it then. You cannot reset the entire day. I was almost done with the day. What do I get? 50 cash. Ice cream biryani. You are joking with me. Mayor's wife. Mayor Shea's wife. 3 things to him. Pepperoni. Mushroom, avocado. All 3 please. Pepperoni, mushroom, avocado. I wish the water was animated behind. Yes, avocado on pizza. Summer vacation, but learning never stops. I'll take fungi, onion and avocado. Tomato sauce. Fungi, onion, avocado. Now don't tell me, okay, I didn't say cheese. Why did you put cheese? You are a filthy idiot. Don't say such stuff as a kid. It's not transparent anymore. You cannot see through the glass. Yeah, he's happy. I am getting this point, whatever this is. Gesture. Bonfire fest. Avocados on a classic meat. Yes, 5 ad points. Add stickers. What is it called? Add ticket. No, I guess we'll do that. There's so much to play here. I love this. I definitely love this. There's more content and side story and stuff, which seems optional, but that's the beauty of it. You know, people will probably play that anyways, and you get more and more rewards essentially. Oh, you can get avocado license, or you might not get avocado license out of this event. Anyways, I'm gonna exit out because they just got me back. Okay, so Julius Caesar was to be sealed, and I don't know what I did wrong. I cut the pizza or something. It was just supposed to be just packed and sealed, but I cut the pizza, which ended up, you know, setting him free. But the whole point was like I was just experimenting with what Dr. K had in his store. He had like a proper engineering level of, like, you know, like mechanism to cut his pizzas perfectly, which was interesting. So I could not help myself. Yes, avocado on pizza. My head doesn't feel right. I didn't sleep well last night. Okay, everything is working as intended. Let's start. on X. Oh, don't do that. I don't want to look at that, dude. I don't want to even think about that. It's good that we start with the to-do. That's what the VS Code updated. What have they done? Why is everything like this? Is it better organized? I see more chances to click this X button now. Accidentally. I think I like the previous one better. I don't know. Oh, hi, streaming. You came to be you came at the very right time. I just switched over from Good Pizza. I was playing some games. I just switched over, and look at what VS Code has done. Everything is different now. At the top, I'm more likely to hit the cross button accidentally. Everything was longer before. I'm sure you can still make it like that with some like preferences changing. No, I would not react to ice cream biryani. Animal music. Is the loudness and everything okay? I hope it is. Animal wandering population functions. Yeah, I was gonna look into access separate movement and animal Y wandering and buggy timer issue. That I have no idea. Control key W. Let me open up animals. Yes, there's an Indian charm. I was streaming for 12 hours, 7, 8 hours, I think, but I slept. You slept, I also slept accidentally after lunch. I just went to just stretch out my arms and feet on the bed a little bit, and I ended up waking up 2 hours later. Weakling, yes, indeed. I hope not today. No, for Anirudh, if like Anirudh, it's okay because it's night time for him. It's probably around 12 a.m. for him, midnight. So he should be asleep. I don't know why he stays up so late to watch me. He's got work tomorrow, right? I don't know what was causing the problem, but something to do with the timer variables. Okay, animation timer. We should just separate the two. I'm not a huge fan of shortening names, but maybe anim interval, because anim idle interval, anim timer, then because animation idle interval will be a huge name, and then you do like plus equal to something, it'll just look horrendous. So anim idle interval and anim move interval are idle moving interval, right? ICPU is from Russia. I wish I could say something in Russian, but I cannot. Sure. What is it? IGI to set in which place? Soviet border regions. Libya, I know, yes. China. Ah, that was China, yeah. We infiltrated through the sea, I think. Yeah, all these ones were in Libya. Eastern Europe, so not Russia. Canada, push. These were all Europe. Granada.
Granata.
Granata.
Granata. Granata. Granata.
Granata. Granata. Right. Europe. No, Europe. Maybe Hungarian or something.
Granat.
Granada. Not Spanish.
Granada.
So in some level they would say Granada and throw the nades. There was a funny place where you can hide up on like, you know, on the second floor. They would throw things upstairs. It would fall down the stairs again and kill them only. Granada. And they died then. You know, like a whole bunch of them, and you can see through your what is it, your heat map vision or whatever that is, that thermal goggles. You can see underneath or under the floor. Just everybody's just you know dying by themselves downstairs while you're working upstairs and clearing house. What is anim timer doing? Anim timer. Idle interval is that much. Maybe what am I doing for player? So like 2 10. I'm writing 0.10f. Okay, it's the same thing, just a fancy way of writing. I don't know. Oh, now it's not at the very end anymore. This used to be at the very end, remember? Now there's a margin. There's a margin for this. They've changed certain things about this. The only thing I noticed is the font. The default font has changed. Consolas, courier, new monospace. I don't know. I watched Dhurandhar recently. So Ranveer Singh. It is like ready to implement almost. Yes, I did watch both of them actually, both the movies. Total frames is 2, which is 2, 2. So now animal when moving should look more like it. A little hasty. Every time I change something to animals.h, I need to like clean build. Case animal idle. One. It affects it opposite to what I would imagine. Moving interval. Switch animal state. Animal idle. How am I getting the state? Idle and left. Break, there's a break, right? Oh, my bad. I'm an idiot, really. I'm an idiot. Now let's try 2 first. That looked pretty fast when the animals were idling. Look at the cow go. The hand doesn't move. Is that like supposed to be like that? I think we only have 2 sprites really. Yeah, we only have 2 sprites for cow. Poor cow. Oh, it is switching hands apparently. If you really look closely, you will see it. Yeah, but it looks very similar, so it's hard to tell. But it's supposed to be switching, I say hands, but feet. On my computer at home, it is available on Jio Hotstar now. That's where I watched it. Let's just git commit. You know how some people prefer this terminal part to be on the right? But then I like to look at my code, or like, you know, exactly this is the kind of area from here to here is where I would want my eyes, you know, eyes to be like resting, instead of like you would rarely see me type code on a line here while it is, you know, while my cursor is here and I'm typing. I like bring it down and then type, right? So anything below this region also, like I don't, you know, really need to see. There are some stuff that is really long, but still you can step by step analyze like this, you know. So I think it's okay that my terminal sits here. Animal flickering? Yes, I did. I did. Because now you can see it here actually. Without AI. I did go to AI, but for that same reason, but I didn't get like a direct answer. Now see, everything is more stable. And animals collide with walled objects. They wouldn't collide with me. See, the chicken can't go past this. The cow can go outside the screen and so can the chicken, but it'll collide with this object here. You know, Anirudh, because you listened to me the other day and did what I wanted you, what I asked you to do, I'll also get into this. Little vulnerable. I don't know what I chatted about last. Okay. Yeah, I was having this for the past couple of, I think I mentioned yesterday. Well, let's see. This is not 24. You get the timeline wrong. Keep hydrating, eat enough, take movement breaks. Foggy feeling, yes. I have 1 cup of tea only. That won't happen. That is of the past. Yeah, water breaks. Yeah, that's a good idea. Keep sipping away at water. Right. Also, once again, I have aggressive ads today as well. I'm trying to make a little bit more money than usual. So if there's ads, please don't mind that. It's a good thing that I'll take frequent breaks. I'll just put the 5-minute BRB screen every now and then, and we can play some ads here and there. And just as I mentioned the term ads on my phone on the stream, I get an ad. Yeah. Okay. We implemented this one thing and I get committed it. That's a good thing. Let's work on the Y. Now. Move animal. Right. So see, there can be again two ways of doing it. And I think I want to try out just the Y part first. There's another thing, draw IO. Dot draw. It's on my laptop, I don't know. Give me freehand. Right, let's draw this. And control KZ. Control KZ. That is Zen mode. Yeah, you can see it, right? It's on the screen. Yeah, what I want to do is essentially give me freehand. Yes, I want why is there a Z in the middle? I want there to be, let's say, a rectangle, right? And the cow is spawning, let's say, here. Right? So I want the cow to give away. Right now what I'm doing is I'm just saying, okay, you throw a time from 1 to, let's say, 3 seconds, and for that duration you either stay idle or you move, right? And you also pick a direction. If you move, then you pick a direction where you want to move, and you do that. So 3 seconds can lead you here to this point, 3 seconds can lead you to outside the screen. If you choose 1 second, you can keep choosing 1 second again and again because of the random nature of things. Then you can just go here, eventually outside the screen, right? Or I can still do something like, you know, where it like tends you, or it tends to bring you back into the scene, like where you can go outside, but something will sort of like pull you like a magnet towards this spawn point. I don't know what I did, but suddenly things just got a little bit louder, right? That is one option, but right now what I'm more concerned about is not that, but I'm concerned about how I want to do the Y movement. Now ideally, if there's a rectangle like this, and there's the rest of the map with my house being here, some trees and whatnot, right? I want the cow to be inside this region. This could be a fenced region or not. I want the cow to remain in this region. So ideally you would throw a random point, a random XY value which falls within this rectangle, right? And you would just move the cow over there. So all cows, or rather all animals which are supposed to be within this area will share this one global like rectangle area, and they will throw points. If the cow says I want to go here, okay, then go here. If the cow says I want to go here, and then it says I want to be idle for, you know, I want to be idle here, okay, we will need both the mechanisms, because if the cow says I want to go here, it will go here, and then what I guess we can make it choose, right? So the time element is still present, because if it's going to be idle, how long are you going to be idle for? As for moving, you want to go here. Okay, I'm going to go here as long as it takes me, it'll take. But if I go here, let's say, and I stay idle, how long am I going to stay idle? So only for idle we can throw a time, right? If idle, then throw a time for how long you want to be idle, and then again, like pick a direction, like pick a place and try and move there, right? So you stay within this rectangle. That is a simple implementation. We're not doing anything too crazy with this so far. When will you play Scribble? A little bit later, is that okay? My eyes seem to be hurting a little. Not hurting, but if it's feeling weird. Usually on days like these, I take a complete screen break when I don't feel like, and that's a problem with me, dude. I don't know what it is. I think it's because I'm sleeping during the daytime that I'm having a little bit of trouble sleeping at night. But I just, like, everything breaks apart for me. Even the simplest of things are annoying. Oh, surgery is tomorrow. All the best, dude. Do you have... It's like a nasty little thing I'm asking, but if you have tonsil problems, persistent anything, or bad breath or whatever, do get your tonsils checked as well. There's something called tonsillolots or something, which is just tonsil stones, which I used to suffer from. I mean, I still sometimes get them. It's just you're not supposed to eat at night time and leave your teeth like that. You always have to brush your teeth at night and gargle twice, thrice, 3-4 times a day, maybe with lukewarm salt water. I have some, what is it called? Like craters on the moon. I have some hole like areas on my tonsil. That's where food can get stuck and accumulate over time, and they calcify, whatever the term is, and form stone like stuff. Yeah. A dentist can just as simple as flush it out with some plain water. They have the tools to do so. It's as simple as that, really. And then they can I don't know what else they can do. Yeah, the extreme solution is to just remove your tonsils, or they will cut away parts of your tonsil in a way that the craters, and you can't fill those craters, right? So you can just like remove parts of it and then laser off, but you got to keep going to the place for like for regular like laser work, because otherwise it'll grow back. Eventually it'll smoothen out and it'll stay like that. Even with the complete tonsillectomy, you still have a chance of your tonsils growing up again. You still got to go for your laser sessions every now and then for some time. But yeah, I just thought of this thing I have, and I just put that on you. But it is worth getting your tonsils checked, because they're the first line of defense when anything happens to your any kind of infection or something from your mouth side, that is. Okay. Yeah, instead of move animal, we should do this AI move wandering or something. We can name it later. Set animal move X. Right. So I can just do set animal move and then add an X and Y here. What would a Y look like? When you're idle, 0. Right, when you're not idle, reset. Where is reset? Right, yeah. So time is no longer a good idea, I think. I don't think time is a good idea anymore. Because how do you then say then it's gonna move axis, like, first left, then up, or first up, then left, like that? I don't want that. I would rather want the rectangle based one then, because we're gonna go random values anyways. So let's just do set animal move, right? Set animal move, and what? It's static, but it's defined somewhere. Yeah, but why are you not showing me this like an instance of this? You show me this, but you don't show it to me for this in this top. I don't know, you can't even see that. Anyways, so what I would want is for there to be a global value which all animals can share, like a rectangle, right? So static gold, see literal color, okay. X rectangle, animal area, animal zone equals, we can just give it, let's see, so it'll be grid wise. If I look at it, 8 3, right? Or yeah, let's say I want this to be the animal area, maybe a little below. So this, I want this to be the animal area. Fair enough. So that is 7 4 to 14 8, 7 4 to 14 8, right? 7 4 width and height is 14 8. Okay, let me just write 14 and 8, and that is 64 into 7, 64 into 4, and 7 8, what is it, 8 14, 14 8, 14 8 could be from 7 7 4, so 7 4 to 14 8. Seven 4 is this one, 14 8 is this one. Yes, this is, what are they telling me? This is 128 80 or 23. It's a grid of no, 1 0 1 2 3. What is this grid? I'm trying to pick up information from here, but I don't really understand what it's saying. Maybe I just, okay, so if that is your 0 0, you go 0 1 2 3 4 5 6 7, and you go so 7 and 4, right? So 64 into 7 64 into 4. Right, 0 1. Yeah, 64 into 0 is 0 1. Okay, I think this is the rectangle that we are targeting, right? If I'm not wrong. Hold on. I used to have this coming out or popping out yesterday. Dashboard, yes. Tomorrow we had a lot more people, would you not say? Today we don't have that many people. Is it just, I don't know. I said camera, I'm not working on camera yet. I'm just finalizing animal movement. But if this is the animal moving rectangle, then I think the dogs are outside. And it's raining, that's why the maid person is screaming. I wanted to see OBS. Yes, everything is okay. Yeah, for some reason I didn't expect to even stream yesterday, but I was like just trying it out, and I went on to stream for so long because I couldn't get this one thing right. But that's okay, I don't really mind. I do think I should go visit the dogs a little bit, just for like 2 minutes, you know, because I think they're outside in the rain, which is not the worst thing. The worst thing is that they're gonna go in the garden, the yard area, which is like muddy and all because of the rain, and come back all mud, you know, muddy footed. Thank you so much for your donation. Every time somebody donates, I'm interested to come back here and take a look at this. Lovely, 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 lovely. If you donate enough, or not really you, if anybody who can finish off the bot, I think, is, or the bot, I say the like the monster, anybody who finishes off gets replaced. So Irul Malayalam was the last guy who perhaps did that, and then he had his name here, which I don't exactly know how that works, but I'm just happy seeing it update and all of that. That is what makes me happy. Dealt 248 damage because it was a little less than $1. $1 is 250 damage. Correct. Thank you so much for your donation, brother. I really appreciate it. You don't have to always keep donating just because you want to come and say hi in the chat, but thank you so much. Yes, it was this guy, Malayalam guy. He did a super sticker, rather, not super chat. It's a bit buggy in that way. I'll give it to you that because like you can donate $1 and that's $1, so that's multiplied by 1. But he donated ₹40, which got treated as $40, so the multiplier was into 40, and he gets the bot name, which is not right. He didn't donate more than $1. He just donated ₹40, which I can show you in my Lumi stream app. It looks like $40. Dashboard. This is you, right? Subscriber also counts. See, it says $40, but $40 is like a dream donation. I don't get $40 donation. It was ₹40, but it gets treated as $40, right? And all your stuff is $1 only. So imagine the what is it? The unfairness in this. All the Jews, YouTube considers ₹1. No. YouTube doesn't do anything. It's this application I use, Lumi Stream. That is what is considering it. $40 funds my entire. I will do ad-free streams for 6 months if you donate $40. That it is that much of value, and that's why I have the sponsored thing set up. I know the ads are aggressive, but if somebody really cares and I have it like any kind of super chats would work for the Indian people. For you, it's probably just $1 is the starting point. For Indian people, it's I think 40 rupees. Is the minimum value. So if 5 people donate even 40 rupees, I can call off the ads. We can have ads only during the break times, like a natural break point instead of throughout the stream. Anyways, I was doing the rectangle thing, right? I defined the rectangle. Now we come into moving logic and we see that like there is something really beautiful. Either the translation is going wrong or something is happening, but there's something really beautiful about the message he just said. It says not quite India, right? It says not quite India, right? From what we read as English in English language. But then again, if you go to translate his message, and I can show this to you, what I am seeing here. I don't know if you see this as well, but YouTube auto translates, and the auto translation says, hold on, yes, the auto translation says all the Jews. I don't know what is going on. The auto translation says all the Jews, whereas he just said not quite India in a fancy way in his Russian, with his Russian literals or Russian characters. So that's clever. Or is it intended? I don't know. Maybe, like YouTube is getting it wrong. The translation, that is. Okay, so where you are resetting it, I want to give you, within that rectangle, I need 2 points, X and Y, right? So we could do get random value, and we can do rect, what is it? Animal zone dot X is the minimum, animal zone dot width, but zone dot X will place the animal at the edge. Let's have some padding by default and then see what happens. So +10, let's do +10 and width -10, just to be safe. Maybe like -8, let's do 8 + 8 -8. This is the Y, the X value. And then we need the same thing for height as well, from Y to height. And this will be random X equals, are we like passing it on? I don't know. We'll see. Random Y equals, right? So what I can do is, we need these values, reset values. No, each animal needs to have this. So we might as well go into animal H. And I guess there's shortcuts. I had a paper where I had written down the shortcuts. Where is it though? I don't know. I printed this thing out. Or something? No. Anyways, so you can like switch between, I think it's Alt left or Shift Alt left. I forgot. Yeah, it's Alt. Or no, it's not. Yes, it is. I don't know how it works, but yeah, you can switch between these two files like rather easily with the keyboard. Is more similar to that Judia in Russian, and translator is is in the smart pants, lol. Yeah. That's how you say India. Y, just one letter changes. Judea in Russian. Judea. Okay. Every animal should have it, right? So animal int move x move y, int random x, int random y. I notice the struct is just growing and growing. Then we can do animal dot random x and animal dot random y, and we set it. If I set it to 0 by default, animal will try and go there. But if not 0, I can check like that. If not 0, right? Because I just want to make sure everything is initialized properly. It probably initialize 0 when you make a new object out of the struct, but just to be sure, I would rather initialize everything to 0 myself. And then we can do if not 0, then we do our checks. What does continue do? It breaks out of the particular loop. Right. Or if it's a function call, will it break out of the function? I don't know. You can do single AND as well, which I think double AND checks both of them. If both are, if this is true, if this is true, you also check this. If this is false, you also check this, I think, regardless. So if this was a function call, both these functions would run. Whereas if you put a single AND and this is false, it'll perhaps think that there is no need to check this because this is false and both of these cannot be the same. So we'll just break out. So there are some nuances with AND operation, right? The AND operator. If both of them are 0, then I want to know what continue does exactly. You cannot continue. It's in a for loop scenario. Okay. Okay. So if both are 0, we do what? If it's 0, that means it's just not. We have not reached this yet, which is done at the first very frame move is called. So do nothing else? No, that wouldn't make sense. They are 0 initialized, right? But the problem is they'll target like 0 0 and try and move there if I implement it like that. But we'll see. So in reset move values, we are doing this, right? And then based on where they spawn, even if they spawn somewhere else, they will try and come. They'll try and stick within that area that is like designated to them, right? So after resetting, we are checking for colliders and stuff. If not, then move there. Okay, now I need we're doing a time-based thing. Right, so what if I don't? Instead of this, we set the random x and y and then we collider, next collider dot x is movement x into animal speed. We sure will check next collider dot y plus equal to movement dot y into animal speed for collisions, and then object test, basically just copy this down and y but set animal move, show me this. Set animal move does two things at this point, right? It flips as well. It's not a bad thing, but I would ideally want my renderer to handle it. If it's facing right, you do that, because for most of the things that is what is happening, right? But that's a separate thing we can work on later. What do I need to do to be able to get, I have random x and y values set up, right? So I can do move to this x and y, right? You choose a point which you have chosen a random x and a random y. Now I want you to go towards that point. So it's like a vector. Okay, I need to look into this because I'm not sure, but generally what I want, I think a sprite is a good way to draw things out. So imagine, you know, the cow is here, right? And the cow now will decide where it wants to go. If it wants to go here, I need to calculate rectangle. I need to calculate this triangle, or rather this, right? The x and the y, and I need to calculate this distance, straight line Euclidean distance, to reach this point. BRB in 15-20 minutes. Okay, right, that is what I need to do. Or I can just do, if you want to go here, okay, then choose one of height or width, like x or y, and then move in that one direction first, then reach the other direction. Or we can just do this. I don't know what exactly this will be called, but this, and then find out the straight line distance for that, which I think is the right approach. So it is x square. I should know this. It's a hypotenuse of a triangle, right angle triangle, right? It is under root x square plus y square, right? When I'm put on the spot, I tend to question everything. Yeah, under root a square plus b square, right? So what does normalize do again? Square root v into x, so vx square, vy square, v square y square, no, v dot y, vector v, acha, x square plus y square under root, float, vector 2 result. Okay, I need to look into this now. What does... changes its length to exactly 1 while preserving direction. So okay, so x or y, you know exactly where you're moving, right? So 3 4, length is now exactly 1. Okay, 4 directions, length of 1, diagonal movement, the speed is that much faster. Yes, target x, random x, target x. Yeah, target x is a I think it's a better name. You're normalizing direction, and direction is this target x minus animal x. Oh, target x target y minus animal y. So if you're below the thing, or if your target is above and the animal is below, you're getting the line. Basically you're just getting the straight line. Yes, and x to x, so the horizontal line and then the vertical line. Now you can do position plus equal to direction. Okay, so we just changed the direction, but so chasing targets is also not required, right? Now that I think about it, animals could have simpler movement where they just go up and down or left and right, which is pretty much, yeah, that's something we can try first actually, where I'm doing the same thing really, as in I'm just giving it, I have a x and y value, so why not just let the y value dictate something as well, right? So but it needs to come from within this, like this is we cannot be chasing, we can be chasing but not time wise anymore. Okay, so get state and get random value left right. If state is moving, then we do this, right? Because what am I doing after that? I am doing animal dot set animal move, which then checks the state. If animal is idle, you do this. Is that a good separation of concerns? I don't know, because I feel like this would belong inside this, but anyways, that what we can do is, instead of, I need my values, right? I need my values. I can actually do exactly like that. So we normalize movement, right? And then movement, instead of this, is destination x, right? So target X minus animal X, as in animal destination X, that is. Right. So we can do so this is, oh, now I'm confused as to direction X and speed, because it's normalized also. So if I do animal dot destination, animal dot game object dot destination dot X minus animal dot random X, and just the same thing again, but with Y we get the straight lines, and then this, I don't know what will happen. Yeah, if you modify animal.h, you gotta make clean. The sorting just went out of everything depth wise. What did I do? I think the colliders are way, or colliders aren't moving or anything. Render.c. No, the colliders are moving with them, just that they're not being rendered behind me anymore. Okay. Animal zone X and Y is 64 into 7 is where it starts, and 4 is where it ends, or where it starts Y wise, and it is a rectangle of that size. Yes, and we are doing get random value, animal zone X is the minimum and maximum is that. Right. So I think maybe 6 and 3. Is it working as intended is what I'm asking. Because you keep moving. I'm gonna assume it's not working. Reset this based on the time. y is random y, then reset. Right. And time is no longer, it is checked. Will it behave exactly as I want it to be? I think because we are this will not work. I'm a little confused again. Timer is not touched. Okay. We get these random values. But the speed will what if I normalize now? Nothing stops them. I see what is happening, but I don't know how to fix it. I see what is happening. Right. Like this is just 0 or 1 we're talking about, which is being fed into this. Let's try again. Yes. At this point, अरे hmm. Let's just say right will always move up and left will always move down. Right. I'm not. And you just calculate for that collider and then you let it move in y2. Right. Let's see. Normalization is not done. So we can now introduce movement to be normalized. So it's a time-based approach, but this works fine. Yes. So instead of this, I want it to also let me try that with player actually, where I'm doing collision logic move, I think. Here. Yes. So if I just duplicate this and cut out y from this and this line from this and remove x from this and this y x x y. Yeah, does that fix axis align movement automatically? No, I still cannot slide. Right. Why into player speed? I'm a little confused again. The next collider is what is very important. Left is always up, right is always down. Right. Hello, what's up, what's up, what's up, what's up? Welcome to the stream. Now we have two more directions that we can switch over, which means that I can... What am I trying to do? I'm trying to get these animals to move independently. Right now it's just that when you go right, you're supposed to go down. When you go left, you're gonna go up regardless. The collider logic is haywire. Using any engine, I'm doing it myself with raylib. Raylib is the only thing I'm using, so there's no engine involved in this. I don't understand why the collider or the Y depth. Is it because I'm not checking it here? Animal dot. So exactly what I'm doing for player game object depth is player collider Y plus collider height. Right, so animal game object depth equals or plus equals animal dot collider game object dot collider dot Y plus animal dot game object dot collider dot depth, or not, game object dot depth. Is that what we're doing with player? Equals player collider Y plus collider height. Sorry, yeah, collider height. Yeah, that makes sense. Collider height. Yes. Every time you interact with the chat, you will see something with the on-screen elements. It's all set up very nicely. I love it. Yeah, the thing is back again. Now I'm placed perfectly. I did add an animal.h up and down, right? So we can use that in here, where if it is moving, then we switch case animal left, case animal right, case animal up, and break, and then case animal down, break. Right, so case animal down and up. How do I know Okay, there can be if you're not flipping it, there can be two options here. We can either be left and up, right? Or whatever direction we were last in, we maintain the flip state from there, I guess, right? And then this can move out. If case up, then move y as -1 because you want to move up, and if it is down, then this is +1 because we're going down. And up and the left right thing, I guess we can carry over from whatever the previous state you were in. Yes. Now animal, right? We only do 2. Between, so left is 0, right is 1. If I just do down, that is 4 or 3. So now that's it, I think. Yes. Isn't this neat? Is this not neat? You tell me. Music is on, right? I have my headphones plugged out. They have the entire map. What happened? Did someone subscribe? Thank you, Austin, for subscribing. Thank you. No, I didn't make the art. The art is this. There's this great, and I mean great, art set called Cute Fantasy free. I have the free version. The complete version is this one here. I have the free version, so I don't have all of the animations and everything. But look at how oh, it's intended to be used like this also. See, when you're behind the tree, they just decrease opacity. That's what I am doing as well. I didn't see it from here, but yeah. I have cows and all. These cows have dynamic animations for sitting down and sleeping and you know, eating. I don't have these animations in the free pack, but this is the asset pack that I have really. In the free version, we have limited stuff, but it's beautiful regardless. I think it's meant to be smaller. Right, I am using it as a large I don't know. Like, is this supposed to be the world scale, or are you supposed to be zoomed in and looking at a certain thing when you can move around? And I don't know, because I have just moved everything up 64 into 64. But this does look neat when it's smaller. But this is the asset pack. I can link it to you if you want. But yeah, I have it 4 into 4. And of course, on my screen, you can't get out of, like, the camera doesn't follow the player. So this is one screen and you can go somewhere else, which I believe is to the forest. What if I do this? Then this is commented? No. It doesn't automatically uncomment and comment at the same time. So now if I go into this, you will see a different map. the forest map, which is here. We cannot go outside map because I've hard-coded this. But yeah, I've just been testing things out really with this project so far. And right now I'm working on animal movement. I really wanted to work on player camera and map, but I'm stuck with animal movement. So I think I might as well update the title, since we are not getting that done right now, to animal wandering AI check, because that's what I'm really working on right now. Okay, it's still timer based, right? So like animals throw their time. Every animal throws a specific time value, and for that time value it chooses to be idle or move. If you choose to move, you pick a direction, which direction do you want to move, and then you move for that amount of time in that direction, or you stay idle for that amount of time, right? Which is not, it's a very primitive way of doing it. How often do you stream? Right now almost every day, but ideally if I have college and all, I'll do twice a week on weekends. That is only, that is what I try to do. But I'm heavily inspired now, working on this little game project, you know, so much so I'm considering buying the asset pack, which is I think $3 only, not only to show my support to the guy who made the artwork, but also to be able to have more things to work on in the future. Like for harvesting and stuff, I don't really have that much. I cannot water my plants, and I don't have those animations. I can make them up myself, but I don't have them with the asset pack. If I download all the assets, then I'll have it all, and I can just implement those, and every crop will have its stage. If you water it, stage has a chance to increase or something, or it can be time based. But right now, anyways, the animal logic, I ideally would want to have a rectangle and give every animal the opportunity to pick a point inside that rectangle and chase that, target point, right? Which I tried implementing just a few minutes ago. It wasn't really working out, so I reverted back to my time-based approach to test out the Y movement thing, and the Y is working fine right now, right? Like everything collides with world objects. I don't collide with animals. Animals don't collide with each other. Other than that, if there's some terrain, it'll collide with terrain like this, and it will move up and down as well, other than just left and right, which we had figured out last time, right? It needs a lot of work, and I'm trying to get this all figured out myself rather than seeking AI help, at least so far. Using Kenny asset pack for my Minecraft clone, and trying to think I need a bigger asset pack. Which one are you using? Which one are you using? There's so many. How do I go to the person? If you all buy Kenny voxel pack, isn't there a website called Kenny Assets, Kenny NL Assets? Is that the same guy? Because I saw some similarities. I was on this for the UI stuff, this or this, maybe, I don't remember. Is this the same guy, or is it like a different website? I don't know. Yeah, it is the same guy, I think. Yeah, now that I think, I can connect the dots. So all this time I've been using assets. Is this the guy that did my assets also? You're using voxel. So like 3D assets. I don't see it here, but I guess Kenny Voxel website has a search, so you're going on this website. Skybox, is it Skyboxes? No, Skybox is just this. Voxel. You're using this one, like a sideways Minecraft. Or no, you can make anything really with this. Yeah, if you use it like this, you can make 3D too. Yeah. Shame on me, why? Yes, you can make things. Why is wood green? Why do you have a green wood option? Yeah, this is good. This is pretty good. And just to clear it out, I'm using the same, like my asset pack is by the same guy, right? Or maybe not. Cute fantasy free. No, it's by Kenme. It's not the same guy. It's a different guy. But I'm aware of this Kenny guy because of his UI assets. The paid one just seems to have so much more, really. Horse, duck, bee, frog, goose, mouse, swan. Just so much more. I'm considering getting this. He's raised so much as well. The goal was just 3,000. Huh. There's so much potential for if you really are good and care about the community, that is, and show your skills to the world, you can be supported. Cactus, frog, yeah, it has so much. I don't have in my asset pack, I just have the primitives. Like if I go into this, I just have these many things. Animals, I have 4 animals. Enemies, I have skeleton and slime. Outdoor decoration, I have some stuff, but only one house. I would like 2-3 different kinds of house, ideally. Tiles, there's the basic ones. There's no dirt tile. I would need a dirt tile eventually for crops, I think. I'm gonna take a short, quick 5-minute break, dude. Just to get a little walk or something. But for now, the time-based implementation is working. X and Y, both directions. Animals can move up and down and left and right. We need to sort of clamp it within a box, basically. Set up pseudo colliders, that is a cheap way to like, and spawn them in the right place so that they cannot leave that box. Or I can do the right way, which I don't know what I will or how I will implement it, but because I just tried and had some difficulty, but we'll figure it out. I can spend 6 long hours and do absolutely nothing but get 2-3 lines of productive code, just 3 lines that are really important, and feel really bad and like, you know, drained out in the end, but at least get something done, you know. Whereas you can ask AI and go like, okay, I understand exactly, oh, this is where I was going wrong, yes, now I see that, you know, eureka moment, but really I would rather spend six hours and get to that one little point where I'm like, okay, I figured this out all on myself. The cow is behind the house. Where's the cow? Behind the tree. It's colliding up. It needs to come down. It is interactive. Like, imagine you made your own like desktop wallpaper like this, which is automated. Like it'll just randomly animals are moving around, scattered. This is your wallpaper. Somehow it would be fun. Would it not be? What's the right way? What in terms of like getting it? I don't know. I have not been feeling that well in the last couple. I was sick, like 2-3 days ago. So I haven't been sleeping well ever since. And if I don't get good sleep, you have no idea how difficult life becomes for me. I feel all groggy and confused and all, and it's been happening for the last couple of days. Not that I am a genius otherwise, but yeah, it just feels a little more stressful on the brain while working on stuff. Yeah, exactly. Yes, AI is very clever in like, not, I don't want to say clever in disguising itself, but it is. It'll make you feel good about seeking help by saying, oh, but you're asking so curious questions, or you're really you tend to seek out like deeper, meaningful stuff rather than just surface level information and all of that. While you ask questions, you get answers. It's like a question answer session, really. It's not a problem solving session. It can be, but usually for most people, for the most part, it is just a question answer session. Like, how do I do this? And then you copy paste the stuff, which I used to do in the start, but now I'm at a point where even if I wanted to, I really would have to upload all my files as context and give it to the AI for it to generate anything meaningful, because otherwise it'll just give me some bluff which will not work, because I have a set of I have a certain pipeline that I'm like building the game on top of, like the render like system and whatnot, so it needs to follow that. So I can't just blatantly ask AI to give me the code that I can copy paste. But yeah, I like the idea of in general to work on stuff myself and be confused for like 6 hours straight, like yesterday's stream was. All I did yesterday was figure out the X random movement, that's all I did yesterday for 6 hours on stream. And at the end of the day, I can feel guilty about not using my time more productively, or feeling like I'm really stupid, which I am. It's the truth, right? But I at least got something done, when I otherwise would have probably just spent the day sleeping, because I had this excuse of like, okay, I am a little sick, I don't feel completely okay, so I'd rather take time off. I was able to do something yesterday. Straight face. Yes, sometimes that happens as well, because it tries to juggle between the most common stuff. And especially with my project, what I have done right now is I have given it the entire like files, right? It knows my project, at least up until a state. If I do something new, I have to upload the files again. I don't know where you have view files in chat. I uploaded all of my files here, right? And I was asking it for like, what can I do next? Give me some pointers to work on next. How up do you need to go? Yeah, and I ask questions as to like, like, how do I separate this? How do I do that? What's a good approach? And questions like that, I don't mind, right? Like structural stuff. And now I'm at a point where I can like decide those things even for myself, for the most part. For naming things and all of that, I can still seek out AI, which is fine. But for logic derivation and creating things and building features, I do it myself in terrible way. Like right now with this thing, timer, who even gets their animal AI to start with timers? But that's what first came to my mind, and I thought, well, at least I'm going to implement this. It'll be shit, it'll not be in the game after like 2 days, but at least I'll be able to implement what I'm thinking. I can put pen to paper. I can write down. I can create a feature out of my idea, right? That gets one practice habit out, right? I get to practice that thing once at least, before ditching it entirely and going for that, like pick a spot and target that and like move towards that point, right? Origin point with a square radius. That's what the goal is. So it tends to sort of every now and then it'll try and go towards its its like favorite spot, right? So it's not only moving randomly, but it also like prefers this area more than the other areas. It tends to go towards that. That'll take some work if I want to do it naturally all by myself, but generally, yeah, it spawns here. It has a rectangle. I want every animal to share the same rectangle, one global rectangle, rather than each having its own. So I can spawn them in this area and they stick inside the area and they can pick their spot and move in that area. That is what I want ideally. I don't know if that's gonna be a flawless idea or not. We will see when we implement that, but for now I'll take a short little break and come back. I need a walk and I need to splash some water on my face. If you happen to see some ads during this duration, ads help support the channel immensely, so I would appreciate if you would stick around. I'll be back in about 5 minutes. The timer is not right, I know for a fact. So in the meantime, you can feel free to chat around. The cup still fills up, the chat still works just the same. Okay, 10 minutes is fine, right? I'll be back in 10 minutes. Welcome back. 5 rounds this time. 3 is less. Well, there's nobody else, right? There's only one person, so that's why I don't want to extend it too much. But yeah, we can try. Welcome back. For those that were putting me on a sleeping tab on Chrome, I hope you can hear me just all right now. We are back. I did not fall asleep this time. Report naughty players. There you go. Yeah. But so long it's just you and me, let's not do more than 3 rounds. Because then it starts to feel like a drag on. Is audio and everything okay? Seems like so. Okay, thank you. Let's go. You for undo. What are you trying to do? Back pain. Ah. I was gonna clear screen and draw again, But yeah, he got it. Yes, 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 yes. Knife. Such a good job I did. Such a good job I did with mushroom, dude. Yeah. GG's. How the hell? I didn't guess one. I think that's why. One more time? Okay, one more time. Chocolate chip cookies. Oh, oh. Yes, you were close by all the time. I hope the AC is not leaking or anything. Like not, water is coming out, right? Leakage. Oh, oh, there is leakage actually. Singular, singular. Yes. The AC is dripping water. GG indeed. The AC leaks not because the pipe that goes outside is a bit slanted. So the pipe goes outside like this, right? And then it sticks outside of the house on the outer wall and goes up to the outdoor unit. Because it is slanted, when it rains and water somehow gets to the pipes, it sticks to the surface and follows along. And there is this nice spot where almost it can like rest. I don't know. And then condensation wise, I don't know what exactly happens, but I've seen that happen. Like on dry days, there's no problem at all. Ideally, the entire system should be changed if you ask me. Hello, 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 welcome. From what I have seen, the pipes are not in good, like there's so much of leakage, like in terms of it's not like set up properly. Like you're gonna lose so much heat to condensation. That is not ideal. We are ending up paying more in the AC bill and not really getting as much cooling effect. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Just came back from break. I got the XY both movements. No diagonal yet. But this is all timer based. You don't want it to be timer based. Tweaked animal moving timer logic. How do I stop with this? Dictation. Where's my cursor? Is there momentary lag? Yeah, it should be good now. Sorry. Just give me a second. I'm gonna turn off the AC. It's dripping too much. And my speakers are right there, right? So I don't like it that way. I've put some plastic over on top of it. Uh, what is wrong with my hair again? What happened? Yes. Right. Why does it? Give me 1 second. I'll just BRB. Will you end the stream early? No. We will stream for 48 hours. What do you say? Will you stream yourself sleeping? No. Just put a BRB. Why not? Why not? Why not? I sometimes hate my hair, especially after shampooing yesterday. Anyways, what you need to do is we have committed this. Now I can delete this essentially and try something else. This is long hair still, it's a mullet. Okay, so back to the drawing board. You have a rectangle. Let's say this much, right? And you want your, let's say this is a cow. The cow will blit out a place, let's say here, inside the rectangle, and it will move there. How will it move there? We calculate the X movement and the Y movement. Y difference, that is the line, that is, and then we draw a straight line. Right? This is how the cow will get there. Blockers. I am trying to come up with something new. So I'm not struggling with anything. Right now the animals just move here and there, right? But let's say I want to give them a block. Like, you spawn within this block, stay within this block, but you can go anywhere inside the block. Right? So they will naturally don't try to leave the block. As opposed to here you're hitting a collider, so you're like forced to stop. You know, which I don't want it to be. I don't want animals to just go anywhere they want. Ask AI for no. I'm good. I am good. The fact, after seeing what you were saying, yesterday, we should do like a feature where you want me to do something or test something out for you. You gotta like not only super chat, but like there should be some sort of a like a request or like a viewer request thing. Or I can do like a poll of like what I should work on next. Let's do that actually. No. I keep you don't either you don't pay attention or I don't know what you do. I say this every stream. Somebody or the other asks me. It's this asset I got from itch.io for free. This cute fantasy RPG assets. The free one only has little bit of the assets. The full assets, you gotta pay $3, which I will buy one day. As we keep on working on this project, the full one has everything: clouds, boat, animated water, you know, fish stuff in water. It's got everything. It's got muddy blocks. I don't have muddy blocks. I have only it's got underground cave stuff. I don't have these blocks. I don't have mushroom creatures, heads, and all of these things. That's not true. We can wait like we can wait a little bit and then and then see how many people vote stack up. But right now, yes, you are the only one here. What do I even do the poll for? Start a poll. Okay, so like feature wise, what do I do? I'm gonna go X player access aligned. Next. I know which one will people vote for if I give away options like these. Yeah, I know you're gonna say camera because the options are such. One is more interesting than the other. But I don't remotely know how to do that. I need to check. I mean, I do have an idea. You just make it follow the player, right? Which is a smart way of the world moves, right? Player stays in the middle. When you go right, the world moves to the left, and the player does its animation, so it looks like the player is moving. But the implementation is from the player's side. So you put a camera on the player, and it's as if you are focusing on the player, but really under the hood, I'm pretty sure the way it's happening is that the world, the earth beneath your feet are moving to the left or to the right depending on where you're going. I do want that like rectangle based thing. So wander zone. It starts at 64 into 7 and 64 into 4, and it is a 64 into 7 and 64 into 4 block. Right, it is a block that is that long. Also, it starts 64 into 7, which is 7 and 4. If you look at over here, you will see the grid number 74. 74 is this block, so it starts at this block and it spans up until another 74. So somewhere around here it will end. This is the region, but this is 13. Yeah, but you calculate it, right? So height wise, maybe three blocks only we could go. BRB, okay. No worries, brother. So we can have this wander zone here. Now I have git committed it out, so I can just. How would I do it? if I were to forget this exists, right? If I were to forget this exists, static void x animal wandering. It is AI, right? Animal wandering. Animal wandering. Comment can be changed. Alright, should change it now only. Yeah, the comment is right. X animal wandering. Animal involved. Walled, right? How would I do it? I would have so get random value and then int minimum, which is x or rather wander zone dot x, padding of 8, max is wander zone dot width, xy height width. Okay, I got one thing wrong last time. Wander zone dot x, wander zone dot width plus. This is what I got wrong last time. Right, this is the max, and we can store it in animal dot random animal dot target. Let's go to include animal move x move y int target x and then int target y, and we can do animal dot target x is this, target y is just height wise to y plus 8 target y, right? If animal dot target x equal 0 and dot target y equal 0, so essentially we just we set them, and if we check this, if this is 0 then we set them to this, and when we have a value then what we can do is animal target x and target y, we know where the animal wants to go. Let's do width -8 and -8 here, right? So we have a little bit of padding, and then animals move x move y just gives you I have something called move x and move y, which I don't know how we can use that here, but there has to be some sort of a way. Earlier what I was doing was I was having this movement vector thing, and I set my move x and move y, I normalize it to be 1, it doesn't really matter. We're not really, we just need the value to be, you know, like positive or negative, 1, to indicate which direction you're moving. But since now we don't, but earlier before that what we were doing is time based, right? I think the collider logic I can use from here. Can I double? There's a way you can do that. I don't know how. I will need this regardless, right? And then we will need essentially a movement vector, which is going target x. Oh, okay. Target x gives me the point I want to go to, and move x is set to 0. So let's try and do some calculations, shall we? Okay, so imagine this is the point, right? So let's say 60, 60 is where the cow is. Now it chooses a point, let's say 120 and 80, that it wants to go to, right? We have this value and target value. Let's say I choose the target value, so I can do target x minus that, right? This minus this, which gives me 60, this minus this, which gives me 20. This is my new vector, and what this means is 60 60, let's say, is somewhere here. So 120 80 would be here and a little below. So I want to go here, I am here, right? So that is 60 this direction, 20 this direction. Now if I under root and square these bastards, I get this. Voila, that's what I want. However, if this is less than that, then the value becomes negative, which again doesn't really matter, because square it becomes positive. I guess we have a solution there. So vector 2 movement, I want x and y. So let's do target animal dot target x, which I'm getting for each object, yes, minus animal dot current position, like destination, I'm thinking, because move x and move y is just it's like that's not it. So animal dot where the animal currently is and where it wants to get. Okay, animal dot game object dot test. Or what do we have with animal actually? We have a move x, move y, and that's it. We don't have any other way of keeping track of it. So we can do test dot x, we can minus, comma, right, animal target x, and the same thing for y we can do, which gets me the vector I want. And now if I normalize it, I'm still a bit confused as to what normalize. I think it does exactly what I think it does, but if I were to manually do it, how would the, like, how do you move, right? Say I have this, right? If you square these, you know, then you get this. This is what you get. So you have a representation of a rectangle. No, what is this? So I can move. If I have to move to this point, or rather from this point to this point, I can go here and here. But how do I tell the object to go from here to here in a diagonal following this line, right? We have a target value. If I square and plus this, I get something, which in this case 60 square is, I guess, 3600, right? And then 20 square is 400, so we get 4000, right? And under root that is 20, or that is not directly square rootable. We get a 20-ish value, right? If I'm not wrong. But what do I do with that? Oh no, 63. Okay, so we get, we get 63, which is the length of this thing. What do I do with that? How do I make the object move to get to that point? Really is what I'm asking. Right, I can get that, the length of that, and herein lies my question again. I want to check this. What exactly does normalizing mean? It means, like, you can simplify it for multiplication and all of those kind of things, right? Length is this, yes. So this is essentially the point you are talking about, and length is this much, probably from origin. If you talk about in a graph, am I getting it wrong? 3 4, so 3 and 4, 3 and 4, because it's not a straight line, we're going 3, it comes out to 5. It could be from 0 0, yes. Now normalizing divides each component by the length. Okay, that's a different thing. So if you divide each component by the length, you're just standardizing it essentially, which is a good thing, because then if you were to square root plus under square plus then under then square root of that, it would be 1, right? I see that. This is how we are moving generally. So you scale that, or rather standardize that, normalize that, and you get the same, you get a standardized value, right? See, target x, that's what we were doing. Target y minus animal y. Direction is normalized. Now I can do this. So whatever value you get, you're just getting me, you're making it 1 in a way where, and I know if it's positive or negative. So I just normalize and move towards that. Is that what you're saying? Like movement equals vector to normalize and movement. If I just do this and then everything else stays the same because we already have implemented this, you're saying it should work. They're not jittering because it's never reset properly. When you get there, initially you set this, or when target is reached. If you reset again, so essentially this is resetting, right? Oh, you've reached your target. We do it to destination Y, right? X and Y. That's what we're doing with player. Why is it not working out? Once it gets to that point, it's a float, right? Percentage F, and this son of a bitch, and then we duplicate it for Y, right? XY bundled together. I want to see what happens when you have you reached? Yes. Can I not pause this? If I minimize the game. Okay, see, 482 and 3, maybe this is too early. Let's go a little bit down. Right, okay, 885, it is stuck. There's 2 more objects, and 883 it becomes. Then there's 2 more objects. 883, 2 more objects. 885, it is just going 2 plus 2 minus 2 plus 2 minus. Why? What are we resetting it as? Resetting it to, rather. Get random value wander zone plus 8. Wander zone. Animal wandering. First of all, do my animals move diagonally? They don't, so one of them is being reached. Or they do move diagonally. Something is very interesting. I don't understand it though. No, that wouldn't make sense. But we are if I reset this value, then you shouldn't check with this again, right? It is just -2 + 2 -2 + 2 like that. When it is very, very close, I think. Why the jitter? I don't understand. So it's not resetting problem, right? I know that because it is something to do with this part where you're minusing it, you're seeing a length of 2, let's say. You get there, but when you get there, you're supposed to get a new value. So instead of, let's do target. Let's see what these values look like. Right. I wish I could debug. It should do that actually. Or I can minimize the game when it hits that point. Let's minimize. Target is 0. What? Fuck. Yep. Let's let them hit their points. Minimize. Target is, so let's take a look at like 565. There's one object, another object, 565. There's 3 objects and 565. You were stuck at 565, 400. This is stuck at 675, 387. Right, so target isn't being reset. At the end of this, you should essentially hit this. When animal dot destination Acha. I think I know what is going on. Float, what is wrong? So 0, where is it? Does it matter? Yeah, should stop jittering now. No! Animal.h was modified. Every time you do, I think h file, if you modify, you gotta make clean once. Why are you jittering now? Target X. Okay, let's watch. Target X and target Y. Yeah. 477, 477. This, it's not resetting. It prints it out. When it goes back up, this check should become true, because this is a float. This is a float. Right. Or should we separate this out? But it'll stop midway through. That wouldn't make sense. Or if X is reached, the previous logic was right. We wait for both of them to be true. Right. We wait for both of them to be reached. Vector 2 is two float variables, right? Yes, minus test X. It'll be false, 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 or 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. What? Or is 0 false? Yeah, 0 is false, 1 is true. So it was always false even when it started. So it's never reaching true. What if I just minus 2? It is supposed to get closer to that. Is it never going exactly that it's supposed to go? Is that the case? I suspect something. What if it's never reaching where it's supposed to go? Why is it stopping then? Target X minus this. Show me movement X, Y. Now 1 1 minus 1 minus 1 minus this plus this plus this. So you're going zigzag. And this is never true. Test.x. I'm pretty sure that will not do anything, but let's try. Let's do it the other way around. That is giving not intended behavior. But the sticks in the rectangle, right? But when they stop, they jitter. Whereas when they stop, they should generate another Target X, target Y, float. This makes them flip if they're going to the right. Which all of them are now. Yeah, so it wants to go to the right, see? Once it reaches this point. But it's never reached is what my thing is. If target is greater, I am back. Welcome back. Yes, more people voted. I'm still Confused little idiot working on this. Why is this happening? What did I press? We are still live, right? I pressed something, Windows. Yeah, why are we jittering when we reach? Could it be because of such flaky issues? No, we are able to assign an int value to a float. Opposite would be criminal offense. Not this way. But let's start with doing that also. Why do you jitter? Random value between this and that. Initially it is working. Another check we can do is if movement dot x equal 0 and movement dot equal 0. I don't know what I'm doing at this point, but let's see. We still have the jitters. I think this is just another different approach of doing the same thing. Target x width, height w y. X movement, x is x, and we check y for 0. It's overshooting, really. Right. Which one was overshooting again? Destination is overshooting. I think finally we may have fixed it. Why? Why are you... Cow moved twice. Let's int everything. What is causing you to reach this point where you are like... So y value updating is fine. Why it'll no. Fully written from scratch? Yes, it is with raylib. Fully written from scratch. Load random value sequences, no value repeated. It is only happening when there is almost overlapping values, I think, because sometimes some animals will move fine up until a point. See, sometimes it'll just work fine. But I guess when the value comes to be just next to each other, then it gets confused and, you know, it gets jittery. I guess let's try this. Let's try 0 to, what is it? Width wise it is 1024. But let's do one like 990, right? And then we can do here 0 to 800. Welcome to the stream, by the way. Let's see, it'll go everywhere. Why do you get stuck? Like, is it because you are you are getting the same, almost similar values or overlapping values? You're getting overlapping values. Do you miss canon? Absolutely not. Good riddance. I'm close to understanding what is happening. Right. So you go here and then the less than greater than thing changes. Else. Is this right? I do not know. I'm just testing what happened. Goodbye. At least it's not jittering. Long time. 25 years. Is this it? Now they keep moving. I would like to see them go left for once. Yeah. But that's not it. Every day I want to say. Almost every day. You're doing something. Length equals 0. Is it this? Because it is getting 0 at one point. Hmm. Now again, the question comes of different data types. I don't know. I really have no idea what is going on at this point. Yeah, what is wrong with it? I can make it int. Yes, that is a secondary thing, but right now I tried integer also, right? Or you snap to the destination also. So like if you're overlapping, you're going outside the screen or you're colliding, just snap it to the last possible position. In number of pixels we're talking. Let's try this. Greater, because mine greater than equal to animal dot speed pixel wise. Right now this is it could be -2. Right, we're doing less. If distance is less than speed, if speed will overlap the distance, you will overshoot. That's a good way. Okay. Because with integer we couldn't still guarantee it. If it was over 0.5, it would be 1 plus, rather than if we could do like a to seal or you know to what is the opposite of seal? Like when you have a floating value, if it's 0.9 also, you will still, I think that's what integer does. Integer just clamps it to the bottom one only. 0.9 is also 1, 0.9 is also 0, 0.1 is also 0, 0.9 is also 0, whereas a seal function per se will do just that. 0.6 and above will be 0.5 and above will be 1, 0.4 and below will be 0. If distance is that, you want to just clamp it animal.gameObject.destination.x equals animal.targetX and y. And then you set animal.targetX0, essentially a reset function. I don't know, whatever I was doing was close by, right, with the integering it out. If you're within, snap it, okay. Instead of using target 0, has target. If not has target, pick new target, which is the reset function, animal has target true. Reaches it, has target false. We should do this, yes. Has target is a better. Is target set. Set. It is 0 initialized anyways. Now, instead of this, target set. Why not? Why not? I should do like one of those subathon kind of things where I stream for like 24 hours. The more donations we get, the more longer we stream. Nobody would want to see me stream. I don't think like that, but yeah. Although I don't sing, I don't dance, I don't do naked content. Why would we want to see me stream for that long? ad money wise, if I stream 24 hours, that's good. There's so much more ads I'm seeing. The you know, the skip button, I don't know if you've noticed if you watch with ad blockers or not, but if you were to see ads now, oh, the colliders are getting fucked up. Look at the chicken collider. What happened to the chicken collider? Why are my collider suddenly off? No, you don't need to do that. Right, colliders are fine. At some point it just gets distorted. I don't know why. But yeah, if you, I don't know if you've noticed the skip button when an ad plays sometimes now becomes next. It's not skip, it's next. You only get going to the next ad, guaranteed. So you know they've hard coded that shit. Sliders are fine for now. Sometimes it just glitches out. Now they stay within their radius. If I want, I could even but it's a static global variable, right? It's not static. I could try and display this, right? If I put it in animals.h. Make it extern, then I'm pretty sure renderer is getting animals. Here wander zone and blue. Yes, you can see the wander zone. But that's not the accurate wander zone. What? +8 -8. Let's remove these for now. No. I know it's not this much. I know for a fact. Right, your random value is x. Int. This is something I did not think about before. Int. What's wrong with that? Yes. This is something that completely got off my mind. How can you come up until here? This rectangle is not right. Mormon? No. What is going on? Oh, it's a const rectangle. I just realized, but it was not showing any errors. I don't think that was a problem with const. This rectangle. Okay. I think I know what's happening. So, Wander zone is this. Right, so we do 448 plus 192. Or 448 plus 448. Okay, and 256 is where it starts. So 256 plus 192. 256 plus 192. I work on one thing, another thing doesn't make sense, dude. This is not game breaking, but I'm just trying to understand what values are you getting? You're getting these values, right? Wonder zone is this. This will draw the rectangle code, but things will go further. I don't know what is happening. The maximum is what I think. Okay, I see. It's just that it is set up as the destination. We don't check like it's not centered or anything, right? So the top left of every animal, that will never leave this rectangle. Yeah, the top left of the animals won't ever leave the rectangle area. In place of, we could do it like centered or something, like the center of the collider. Yeah, it just tries and then it comes back. That's the max. So I can do one other thing, that is, let's see, animal or wander in this. I don't know, I'll work on it later. For now we have done it. Get let me just comment out the extensive stuff. Little Miss Sunshine. Yes, I know, I don't, I did not. I can look up photos, right? A tab behaves differently. No, I have not. Steve Carell's hair's gone white? What? I remember him more like this. Right. And he got a hair transplant, right? Which is failing now at this time. I don't think even he cares at this point. I remember him as like this. Black, white, like salt and pepper hair. But now it's totally, people are getting old, dude. Can I suggest a movie after this? Yes, he's 63. My dad is older than that. Yes. He has a full head of hair. My dad, that is. And look at me. This is my condition. I'm not balding or anything, but this is what has become. It used to be around here, and like, if I like, you can see my photos of the past. If I would part my hair, past as in my childhood, really. If I part my hair a certain way, it got to go down. Like, this is probably one of the more exposing. No, it's not really exposing, but the forehead looks big, right? Whereas yes, I am older than you and my dad is younger than yours. My dad has I have a brother as well in the mix. Like, look at this photo. This is where the hairline starts, almost a little bit to the here, right? Oh, you don't see, sorry, my bad, I forgot. I just opened the Facebook. Look at this photo. Around here is where the hairline starts. This is when it started to recede a little bit. Or you can take a look at this here. When I used to part my hair, it would be like, I don't know, have you seen Zayn from One Direction? If he were to part his hair, and that's why these guys just go quiff or straight up, or like the, what is it called, the brushed back look, the slick back look, right? If it's almost like that. My hairline is exactly where you see my parting, right? That was the case before, and now a lot of 2017, late 2017 to 18, I think, is when it started receding a little bit. This, look at this. Look at this. Ah. My face was a lot more gentle and like symmetric. I don't know what went wrong and where. Zayn, Z-A-Y-N, Zayn. I don't want to comment on that. Ah. I think duration makes more sense. I'll just comment them as duration. Animation duration counter. This is moving animation duration. Why capitalize? I don't know. And then you can copy this. Idle animation. No, interval. Idle animation interval. I'll tell you why interval. Because we check if this interval is crossed, and then it's not duration. Duration could represent this in a different way if I was to approach it differently, but the way I have set it up, that makes sense. Random interval, the duration of the state. We're not using these anymore, are we? Might as well comment these out for now. We make a major change when we want to make a major change. Yeah, let's do make clean, make... How are you not sleeping, by the way, Anirudh? Isn't it commented out? Oh, here. And these functions which are not used anymore. Cut. Can I just cut and move into region comment? And comment this out entirely. So I can just close this region, old, movement, logic, time based, right? Yes. Yes. Could I clean up a little bit, like just add the movement part to it and then commit? I think that is a better idea. Also, I should disable the rectangles now, because we don't need to see them anymore. We know how exactly things are working. It just looks more pleasing to the eye. It feels natural. How can I sleep when you are alive? Yeah. Now we can just or let me just comment it out, I guess. Git add dot git comment added target point paste wandering logic. And now we just need to check a couple of things. This is very poorly done, by the way. And I say that because we're not checking direction. We're flipping this sprite by overlooking the direction variable or the direction enum property of the animal, and the state as well. We don't set the state to moving, right? Because animate animal counts on it. Actually, I don't need to set it to flip. Or I need to flip actually, direction wise, right? Because I haven't implemented it here. For now, that can stay. I'm more interested in if this is the case, we know direction, right? No, I'm talking about the moving animation. Set a target and move. If not is target set a target and then you move. Or I'll take a break and implement this. Actually, this will take some time. Not some time, just some thought. You set target, or you can set idle timer, right? Idle can be time based, I guess, or idle could be time based, yeah. So each animal idles for a amount of time and then it moves again, right? How's that sound? After that, if I'm still alive, if I'm still functioning, I will work on the camera following player. Next, just give me like 15-minute break. I've been at it for some time. My head doesn't feel so okay after all. I'll BRB in 15 minutes. And then we can work on that later, right? After I come back, yeah. But so far here is what we have so far. It stays within a state. It has no favored position or anything. But here's what it is. So movement, moving sprites updating logic in a systematic way. We just set it to moving, and then moving updates the sprites. We'll do it like that. And yeah, idling. It feels like robotic, you know. So we need to idle it out. My previous approach apparently looked a little bit more pleasing to the eye. But anyways, we'll just add the idle one here as well. And perhaps lean towards idle. Like the probability for it to be idle should be more. Right. I'll try that maybe. Right. So let me just open up like a notepad. Sticky notes. What do you mean preview? I have it or I don't have it. Oh, it is actually sticky notes. Or no? I thought it was here at the top of everything. I can just notepad that. I can put my notepad at the top if I want. Like you see, I have this dashboard, for example. I can click on this, it'll stay at the top. Right. That's how it is at this corner of the screen where I can monitor things. I wrote this 11/19/24. I apparently wrote this. Hope. Daring to try even when success is not in sight. Yes, you can sticky note it out. CSS, right? How do I increase font size? Never mind. And then one more thing. Yeah, I've written it down. I will BRB in 15 minutes or so. Here we are once again, ready to go. Ah. Okay, animal moving sprites updation systematically and should be preferring idling. Okay, one of those is easier than the other. When you set animal, why not target X, target Y? So animal dot state equals moving. What does that simple change do? It loads the sprites correctly. Perhaps I should try if object flip. Would I be right if I say if movement dot after normalize, if movement is greater than 0, that means it is Let's try. X greater than 0, positive value, we're assuming it's going right, else false. Is that right? Let's see. Yes, it is right indeed. So yeah, we just set the flip value. Yeah, flip value we set, and then renderer handles it. So we don't do here, we don't need to do anything. Idle, animate annual. So just load the sprites. Right. Right. Unless I didn't build. Hope I did. Yes. Now, idle preference. Instead of setting always, if not stay idle. Can't I do it in place? What if I just drag from here to here? Give a space, and then from here to here, and then put this. No. Yes, shift. Sorry, I was pressing control, which is like moving this left and right. If not stay idle. Right, which could be a function. And stay idle could be bool. Bathroom, washroom. At home, bathroom. Generally on stream I might say bathroom or washroom. Toilet, never. To me toilet sounds like the process of urinating. Toilet, you know, toilet. It can be used as a noun as well, but it just sounds like that to me. Can you hear audio and everything, by the way? I have my earphones plugged out, so yeah. This is where the X name becomes irrelevant. It was supposed to be very like, engine-like things will be named like that. Now I've just been naming everything X. Yeah. Bool X stay idle, which will return false generally. For now we could do random, get random. What other options I have in random? Get random. Or random. Load random sequence. I don't understand this. Random values, no values repeated. You put in a count. Acha. So I want I want, let's say, 3 values. I put in count and then min max. It will generate non-repeating values. That's not what we need here. Random value and no, not really. 5-6 years maybe. Get random value. We need I don't know what's a good way, like 1 and 100, right? And int random value, or int random, right? And then we could do if random greater than equal to 70. I think that's 30% chance we have now of that being this. If random greater than equal to 20, 80% chance. If random greater than equal to 20, return true. Right? This could be in an else return false. Fair enough, right? So we have an 80% chance because random can be greater than equal to from 1 and 100, right, including those numbers. So yeah, I think this is a good way. So if stay and bool stay idle, what a neat function. Bool stay idle, static of course. That's why I'm thinking, why is it looking empty? Static bool idle, stay idle. Oh, we're not using these anymore, right? That's animal target. Right after that, let's just do static bool stay idle. I know what that means, right? So if target isn't set, then we check if stay idle. If stay idle goes no, then you do this. Else I'm what? Stay idle, right? If target is not set, and let's do stay idle. We'll take these away, we'll put this here. Else stay idle is false, just to clarify. And then if stay idle, then what you do is you set animal dot state to animal idle. What is set target doing? Set target animal state moving, whereas here set target is only responsible for setting target, right? So let's just take this out and set target animal is set target true, animal state moving, right? Just like this. Stay idle is not doing anything, If stay idle, this is set target. Okay, now I can break it up. I can break it up as in, instead of, or I can have like a more generic variable is job set or is task set. So you're like either moving or not, because if I trigger this, nothing changes. If this happens also, the next time you enter this, you'll again get into this loop, because this is still false. This holds true as in. So is target set could become like is task set, or is state set. Yeah, is state set. Moving idle, no, is or I can do two variables for this. Let's take a look at this. Random value, if random is greater than equal to 20, return true. So we just stay idle or not, right? Now based on this, what I can do is, I don't want the animation, I don't want the idling logic timer and everything to be here. If stay idle, let's make a function just like this. Animal state is animal idle, but before that let's do x animal idle timer animal idle, right? Just animal idle. That we can define x add animal idle. After that, what we are doing is state is idle, right? Get random value, give me 1. For now we can do 2 to 5, right? But later I want it to be something like this, percentage based. Int random equals that, or rather seconds equals that, and then we can do if it's a time based thing, that changes the dynamic. This is just setting target, right? And you move until that target is reached, and then you set it, you unset it, and then you come over here. Whereas so let us use animal dot is target set, right? I could do, we can try two different things. If need be it, I'll unify the two. So bool is idle set, right? Idle flag, and then if stay idle, lost my train of thought. What did I want to do? We have if not target set, we get inside this. If stay idle, then animal idle, time based. Okay, so animal dot is idle set equals true. It's getting a little not boring, but very plain, and I can imagine like a couple of ways of doing this, but I can't really think without brain fog. So with animal idle, I can check with the timer, right? It's like a dt. Let's do float dt plus float dt equals 0, dt plus equal, but this needs to be called every time. And that's why the two what is it, I have two essentially flags. This is a function that returns boolean, and we have another one where we are trying to do the same thing but in a different way. So dt plus equal to get frame time, right? And then a while or an if. I think if is a safe one. So if dt less than equal to, or if dt greater than equal to seconds, then you set animal dot is idle set to false, right? But that means we need to get into that if every time. That's why I want to separate this logic out. If not, is target set? This used to be the case earlier, right? Okay, we'll use that. If not, target set. If not, is idle. Do this. Right. Stay idle is true. If stay idle, I should comment this here, it looks better. If stay idle is true, then okay, if not animal is target set and stay idle. So why are we just checking on that? Could we not do something like a bool is task is state set equals is idle animal dot is idle set, or yes, or animal dot is target set, right? If I do like this, then we can do bool if not. If not is state set, then try this. If this returns false, set animal target move, then this, right? So this will prevent me from coming back into this, because this will be true, and if this is true, either of them is true, this is true, right? Now animal idle. But this is then we need to handle that here and set this variable to false somewhere. Reach target point, then you unset this, right? So I guess the timer thing could so we can just do this, No, but then DT cannot be... I don't know what will happen. Have I even put that at the top? Come on. My earphones aren't working. Which is weird. Now it is. I'm frustrated because of different reasons. I cannot get this thing done. Every new feature just takes so much toll on the brain. Like the cow, all the animals are moving all the time. They must be tired, right? I want to give them some idle time. But how do I do it? But the battery is low, but I'm charging it. I don't understand. I put it in the charger case every now and then. The case itself doesn't really do much, I think. Let me get my earphones. 1 second. Yes. If not that, then set target, animal moving. Right. What else? What else? What else? If not animal is target set and not animal is idle set. Why not run a timer when they stop moving? They don't stop moving. That's the thing. What I want to do is, right now they're always moving from one place to the other, so I want to set up a feature where you choose, basically, right? The animal can choose whether it wants to move, and the chances of moving will be low, right? So it is more likely that it will be idling for them to stop moving, so when the timer runs out they stop. That is counterintuitive. That's what I was doing earlier when I started the stream. I gave them a timer. You can idle for some time or you can move for some time, but right now the way it is set up is I have a rectangle, Right, and I can show you that actually. And essentially the animal chooses a point inside the rectangle. Let's do all of them. And the animals will say, now the green thing's top left, the green rectangle's top left will always be inside the blue rectangle. I don't know if you can see that clearly enough. The blue one, that is. The green rectangle's top left will always be inside the blue rectangle. Right, now you can see it. So they can move inside this like designated area, right? No problems. But I want them to sometimes also be idle. The timer based approach which I tried earlier, like adding a region on top of that just seems like a hurdle. Like I would rather have this approach and just set up one additional thing. That is, you can either move like you're moving, you can find your target and go, right? Or you can also say, if I want to idle, and idle you need like a timer, right? By the way, welcome to the stream. Your name is Polar, by the way. And not idle set. Then you do if set or stay idle. If stay idle, if not stay idle, then move, right? Or idle logic. So here we are defining this function for the nth time. One to 100. Int random, and then if random greater than or greater than no, stay idle, yeah, stay idle greater than equal to 20, then return true, else false. Yeah, so like there's an 80% chance, 80 to 20 are the odds, 80 to 20 are the odds of this returning true. Static bool stay idle, that is. Right, so if not this, if this is false, oh, I just realized you don't need not here. That was a mistake, because this returns true or false. Yeah, you cannot do that with functions. So if this equals false, right, then you do this. Otherwise, if stay idle is true, you would want uh animal is idle set true. Animal dot state is animal idle, right? Dot is idle state. It's a random type. There is now. I don't want to keep adding to the animal structure really. Hundreds of things like that. I'm thinking if I could just somehow this will do it once only, but oof. Just testing it out. I don't know. Depends on how you view what I have done. A lot of garbage code I've written. Animal is flooded with flags and timers and all shenanigans. It probably doesn't need. Oh, right. Or you can just zero it out also. But that'll... If you zero this, it'll never be true again, if I'm not wrong. No, it's not. I'm working on animal movement, really. So like what I worked on right now instead of yesterday's time-based approach, where like every animal was throwing time in seconds, and it will either idle for idle for that amount of time or move in some direction for that amount of time. Now I've created a rectangular area. Within that area, animals pick a point. They will move towards that point. But right now, it just picks a point, moves, picks another point, moves. So it's never really idling. So I'm setting it up in a way where you can either choose to be idle or move. If you move, the existing logic stays. If you choose to be idle, you throw a time and you stay idle for that amount of time. That's what I'm trying to do. The rectangle just shows you the box. The top left of the green will never go outside this blue box. And this chicken is trying to walk, but it's colliding with the lamppost. And we have the probability of being idle is higher than the probability of moving. Also, this is just not going to work because it is trying to go to a point which it can never reach. So it never triggers any other state. And I'm guessing they are idle, but they cannot change their state. Minus equal to get frame time. equal to 0. One second, I'm reading the chat. I think this is working. I don't know what happens at certain points where it jitters. Now what I can try is I can idle the random time. I can set this to like 2 seconds, 1 to 2 seconds, right? So 1 or 2 seconds you're idling for, so that even if it stacks up, it's easier to tell. Why the hell do they all go to the left at the beginning? I don't know. Is it random after all? I think it is. They just choose to go left. Are they choosing to be idle? Because this one is glitched out, as in it is trying to go up somewhere, and until it meets a point it doesn't reset, but it won't be able to reach that point because it's colliding with this. Also, this is fucked up. You shouldn't be able to leave the blue rectangle. So something is wrong with animals going to the left suddenly. They shouldn't be able to go to the left like that and leave the blue border. Okay, yeah. Want to animal gets a destination and walks over to it, then it decides with RNG if it wants to go to idle or walk to another destination. Yes, but first the like at first it also can decide, so it's not that it has to move and then decide. At the very beginning it checks if, you know, is a target set or is idle set. A target is basically it knows where to go, right? Whereas idle set is if I'm supposed to be idling the animal, that is. So if both of these are false, none of these are set, then you run stay idle, which has an 80% chance of returning true. So 20% of the time it will be false. If it is false, what do? You set the animal target, you set the variable to be true, and state is moving. If this has returned true, in fact, then you generate a new random value which goes from one, just one value between 1 or 2 basically, and idle is true and state is true. State is animal idle. So when either of these variables are set to true, you're not supposed to enter this anymore unless they are unset or rather reset, I think is the right word, which happens if idle set, then the timer is get frame time. If idle timer is over this, that means you have been idle for that long, then we can set the idle set to be false, right? And idle timer is 0 again. So we get out of this and it can choose another state basically. No, how do I, it is, see, okay, I'll just undo this, right? Okay. Okay, check this. See, it's not time based now at all. But animals don't stop. Animals never stop, and they never leave their designated. The top left of the green box will never leave this rectangle ever. I don't know what was happening with the other case, right? So if I just give me render.c, and the collisions will happen over here, which is a problem for now in this setup right now. Mostly animals can move around, but the thing is they will never stop at all. It just goes to a point, finds another point, goes to a point, finds another point, goes to a point, finds another point, right? Yeah, but that will never happen. That won't ever happen. What you're saying, at least stop animals moving if their AABB is not inside region AABB. That is because the random value I am getting is inside the wander zone, right? So the wander zone dictates the points, and inside of it you pick a value, right? And if you're suggesting based on the colliders, I do that. Yes, that can be done. So the collision box stays inside the rectangle, which will look a lot more cleaner. But right now, throughout my project, every other game logic is somehow like still dependent on destination rectangle, the entire box, rather than just the colliders being the object. So I'm not like touching on that yet. So that is fine. And if you're talking about collisions, I could check collisions if you're colliding while trying to go somewhere and you cannot go there because of that, then perhaps you can pick another point and try again, and see if you can move. The XY movement is not yet separated, so it's still a problem. But generally animals are able to move around inside that rectangle pretty smoothly. But polar, by the way, yes, that's what I want. You pick a point, but animal is AABB. You need entire AABB stay inside region. Yes, but that is not what I'm doing right now. I could do that. I'm not doing it right now. Because whatever I have done, I'm satisfied with this. I can work on that later. Right now, my focus is to be able to implement a way where the animals can stay idle, because they're walking around too much and I feel bad for them. I want them to stay idle, which I cannot get them to be. I've only made changes here as in adding comments, right? Revert changes. Oh, flipping logic, yeah. So we flip if the object, yeah. That part I've added. Here I've just done a comment, nothing else I've done. This is a good point. There's a lot of shenanigans I kept adding to this. Let's forget the idle even exists for now. Or I should do make clean and then make. Yeah. Yes, now we can work on the new stuff. You're saying clip it, right? If it moves outside, just clip it to the boundary. Is that what you're suggesting? There's various approaches I can do. I'm not really worried about that. What I am worried about is why the hell I cannot implement the idle situation. It's really pissing me off. Not pissing me off, it's really bugging me rather. Set a target for animal at the start. Where do you reset the target? Every time you reach the target, we reset it. So this is the point where you basically check. You have to check for the length, and what happens is, because it's float values, you can never really equate, which I was trying for 6 hours on the stream earlier and couldn't figure out why. Is since it's float values, you cannot really compare them exactly, right? Even if you int them out eventually. So right now we just check the length, or yeah, we check the length of the vector, and if the distance, which is the length, is more than the number of pixels the animal is supposed to move per frame, then you just clip it to that target variable basically, right? Which means you've reached the point, and you set the target, you set is target set to false, which then triggers, this again, another point is found, and it goes on. When you were testing it, did the animals freeze when they went idle? Animals didn't freeze when they went idle. What happened, I don't know. Animals were somehow jittering, which I cannot figure out. It won't happen now anymore, but something I'm doing with the idle setting, or the idle feature, which makes the animals jitter when like the frames would flip rapidly for a few seconds, and then it will. I think it could be because you're setting, but that's very highly unlikely that the random values I am getting are exactly this and that, like 2 pixels to the right and 2 pixels to the left, back to back 10 times. That is very highly unlikely. That is the only like situation where you can see the sprites just go ringa roses. But this part is fine. The issue arises when I try the idle thing. Where do you check if animal is idle? Right now I don't. But if I had to check, I think inside this function where we are doing animal is target set, we can do another thing where we target flag, right? So we can have like a bool is idle set, or we can have a generic flag inside of the animals.c, which will be like bool, or I can show you there. Generic flag meaning like bool is, let's say, state set, right? Which I also tried before, which we can do animal dot target is target set, or animal dot idle set. Yeah, this. Then we can check with this, which is essentially the same as saying and putting the other one, right? But that's besides the point for now. I'm not checking that right now. Jittering in code before you removed a lot of code. Reaching point, yes. 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 Yes, it should never stop, right? Because I don't have a feature where I'm implementing it. I just tried a few times and failed. I'm getting blisters on my lips from kissing my dogs. I don't know where they put their mouth, but yeah. What I was doing was and not animal dot is idle set, music has ended. Right, so neither this is set nor idle is set. Then my idea was, let's just fix it. Is it a percentage based? Or let's do move and idle, move and idle. Can we alternate between? Yes, we can. Int alt equals 1. Minus 1. I need a way somehow to be able to alternate, right? So if alt equal 1, let's say we do this, right? It can be anything. It doesn't need to be this. I'm just giving, like, we need some sort of an if statement. If that is that, this. Otherwise, animal dot is idle set will be true. We'll be setting this to idle, and animal dot state will be idle. The state needs to be idle for the animation sprites to load. So if I set the state to idle, then the animation sprites will load correctly. Right, jittering method is loading operation. Abs. I was looking for something like that before. What I tried to, like when I tried to fix it, I just was inting out the like destination. I was comparing target x equal destination. And my target x, I changed it to an integer variable, and my destination x could not be changed like that. So I just made, like a type conversion. What is it? Explicit type conversion, where you go integer and then put the value. So if it was 0.345, whatever it is, it'll just, bring it down to the, int value only, which was fine, because I don't need like a ceiling operation or anything. I just need the integer part only. But even with that, it was not working out correctly. So eventually I dished it all, and now we just do the clamping thing to handle exactly what you're talking about, where if it is more than that, if it is going to go over that, which it always does, we could do equals here just in case, I think. Right. The length can be equal as well at certain points. So that could be the glitchy part. Yes, I think this should help, because like, what if you're like actually exactly like landing at the right place and not overshooting at all? We don't handle that case. Now we do. So this, if I wanted to try the alternative way, right, like I have an alt variable that I multiply with -1 every time, or let's say stay idle, right? That's what I was doing. I keep repeating myself. If stay idle equal false, right? What is stay idle? Stay idle is a static bool. Stay idle that has an int random, which is get random value 1 to 100, and if random is greater than equal to 20, return true, else return false, right? This is what the function always was. Right, and so far everything is right. I just realized one thing I was not handling, and that was the edge case of equal to target value. Now we are. So this has, if the number is more than 20, it'll return true. Right, and we call it only once. Length squared. It removes quite expensive square root from code and makes distance even less. Really? Do we have that here? Length square. SQR is square, right? Not square root. Okay. Okay, I'll need to look into that. That's a great suggestion, by the way. How do you know these things? How do you know these such intricate details? How long have you been working? Okay, we get true or false, right, percentage wise. So if this is false, then you set animal target animal to move, and that thing happens. But with this, it is the case that where you just set one value at a time, and the logic is written out over here instead of a function, which is a little not exactly what I want, right? Because I'm not even checking if the state is moving. We assume animal is moving and we do all of these stuff, because the case was that before when I was writing this up, right? But if not, then idle set is true and animal state is idle, right? So we don't do anything of this sort here. I just have this information. Idle is idle set, so we can like somewhere around here after we, if no movement, return. I don't know where exactly to put this, so we are doing if is idle set. Now comes the logic. Rest time as well in the else. Rest time as well in the else. Here, no. Rest time. Yes, we do, but not in this function. Yes, you're right, but not exactly here. This is just indicating whether you should stay idle or not, right? So there's an 80% chance you stay idle and 20% chance you don't. Now when you don't stay idle, that's or when you stay idle, sorry, when you do stay idle, which is here, this is false. This is when this is true, you do stay idle. That's when we do this, right? First condition in X animal wandering. Yeah, that's what I'm doing. That's exactly, instead of like because this is only going to happen once. If you're suggesting me to get the random time value here once, we can do that, right? We can set the time up here. I don't mind doing that, but it'll be scope specific now. Or if what is it, int random time or int seconds. I did this entire thing before once. So animal dot seconds equals get random time value, let's say from 1 seconds to 3 seconds, right? This sets up the seconds you need, because this only happens once. Now every frame what happens is this one. inside of here. Good night, Xavier. If you're serious about doing 48-hour stream for the whole weekend, I'll see you in a few hours when I wake up. Otherwise, I hope you can start a fresh stream. Yes, I was just only joking, but thank you so much for staying up all night long and for keeping me company. Good night, good night, good night. I was going to GayDev events before you went to school. I was in school at the time, though, still more than 15 years doing this and that around different gay engines. Yes, lovely. Lovely to hear that. Give the animal struct idle time, so idle time get ran. That's what I'm doing. Yeah, that's what I'm doing. The names and stuff are just like temporary for now. But that's exactly what I'm doing. I just give it some random seconds and we assign it a value for each animal. It'll pick one, and then if idle is set, we can do another value. Actually, we will need time or float. Let's do dt. Nothing else is using dt, so we can do animal dot dt plus equal to animal dot dt. Nah, you gotta do dt. Yeah, animal dot dt plus equal to get frame time, right? And then if animal dot dt is greater than random, what is seconds, animal dot seconds, animal dot seconds, then we do animal dot is idle set to false, and animal dot dt. What do I do here? Do I reset this to 0? Because I think get frame time is the frame for the last frame drawn. So like time since last frame was drawn. So if I do this resets and when you come back to this function again, as the animal is idle, it'll start from 0 again, and it'll plus equal to this much and all of that. That is fine, right? Everything is 0 initialized, but just in case animal dot dt is 0.0f, right? Where did it go? Here. It is morning actually. America is 6 a.m. ish, I think. Code engineering stuff and too stupid finite state machine. It is some, I don't know. For player we have it like all the things are crystal clear defined, right? State based and everything. For this and we're doing AI stuff here, right? But I do have a like a very like minuscule pseudo kind of that where we handle everything like that. With animals it is not all the more true because we have because I'm also like working on it now, right? I'm still at it. But generally it's a good idea. I can understand why you would suggest that. We set this to false. We do dt is 0. So this will now trigger this. And either this or this. I think let's try this. I don't know, make clean. I do clean because I'm changing the H file as well, and sometimes with a minute change it doesn't bother to update the existing objects. This bastard is going outside, I'm pretty sure, or no, maybe not. Yeah, this happens a lot. And we are idling now. What am I doing wrong? Jittering is about animal reaching endpoint before moving time ended. I cannot think. Like this, you're saying return from here? This I understand. It's trying to go up and it's colliding with this lamppost and nothing happens because it cannot reach its goal. It's stuck in this endless cycle. The other bastards have idolized. You're saying here? Instead of doing all the other logic, you're saying. Okay, but it's very unorganized right now. Now I was just like casually working on it with global variables. Then I realized, okay, you cannot do globals. Every animal needs its own one. But there's this happening here, which is just flipping the. Yeah, but this is optional for now, right? This shouldn't really do much. There's some fundamental problems which I'm not understanding. Once they idle, oh no, they move. How do you even know if it's working? The percentage game 80-20, yeah, this moves. So this finally like decided to move. Yes, it is working, I guess. Then it is good to return out of that, yeah, because you don't need to when you're idling. But then again, the flip thing won't happen, but you're idling, so whatever last position you retain is okay, because there is no new variable set anyways, which will happen after the function is called again. So it makes sense, yeah, to return out of that. I think it's working. The 80-20 rule makes it so that they want to idle more because I don't want them to just keep moving forever. Idle more and move less. I guess it is working. I cannot say for sure. The 80-20 rule is there. But if I were to like alternate somehow, let's say stay idle, instead of this, what if we check if random, if alt equal 1, else if alt equal -1, and then we do alt minus into equal to -1, and we pass in alt int alt, and somehow we need to do it only once. If I pass in 1 here, but I'm passing in 1 every time. When you enter this, can you do me int I could have a global variable here, right? So alt into equals -1, and that is alt, and we just pass in alt, and we don't do this anymore here. And we just, what happened with the stream? I am on a 5G network, 5 gigahertz network. I don't know why it lags ever, really. It should never lag. Come on. I hope it's fine now. It's still in the reds. It should be green anytime. Should I bother about this or just keep working? I don't know. I'll just try, because you can now do that. You could not change bitrate while working before. I'll maybe make it 6000 for now. I hope this will run it fine. It's in the yellows. Anyways, nothing is lagging. No, it's saying YouTube is not receiving enough. You know, it's in the yellows and reds on my, I don't know if you could see that. Could you? You can barely see, it's under my face cam here. You see it's green now. It got red before. Anyways, I lost my train of thought. Stay idle int alt right. Oh, and like int alt equals 1, like that. I just want alternatively, like, and time wise, what are we doing? Show me that part. Yeah, we are doing animal seconds, which is a random value. So let's do 2 seconds fixed. It should ideally alternate between moving. Is it even working? Yes. Why does it seem like it makes no difference at all? I'm hard coding it to be 2. What if I make it 10 seconds? That'll... Yes. Yes. Yes, so it's working. The 2-second part was just a little like some things don't... And I guess there's still some problems with that because I'm comparing a float with an integer value. But it just considers the integer part, right? What is wrong with that? But isn't this a better one? I don't know, this just looked better. Yeah, it just looked better in my eyes. Perfect. Very rarely do you see all animals starting idle. Unless I've done something wrong. Ah, maybe they were about to move. Yes. Yes, and they're a bit too fast. So, do all animals have the same speed? They don't. Okay. So, I'm gonna get to chat. Hold on. This is a cow. Cow is 2. Even 2 is fast. But it's integer. What else can I do? Chicken is also 2. Let's make both 1. Or chicken can be 2 maybe. Or 1. Let's try 1. I don't like them to be fast. Yes, it is true. Like the what is it? The pixel values that we move every frame, that was too much. Now, what happened to that chicken? What is wrong with you? Yes, this is much calmer. You can mind your own business. You can be doing something here while these animals move. It is a lot less distracting. There are certain edge cases which I don't know runtime wise what can go wrong. So it is perhaps some edge cases we are not handling properly, and I just want to know one thing that I was doing here. Let's go. Where is it? Yeah, of course we can like clean it up and make functions out of this, but this should be this should be equals as well, right? Because like what if we get exactly it's in float. If it's in float, it might not be the case, because if we are integer moving only, perhaps that's why. But I'm questioning this because I got this from ChatGPT way earlier. That's why I don't want to. Yeah, it said use this, right? Let me ask it only then. Y equals and not y, what is it? Less than. because that length is, because always it's in float length. Either works in practice. Close enough. Stop now. Yes. Yes, that is what you were suggesting earlier. iCPU. What's your name? Can I call you iCPU? iCPU, just like that, where we check with basically our collider whether it's going off or not. Oh, we don't check with our collider also. Yeah, that's true. Even the point checking happens with the destination values. Yeah, that needs work then, because in the future we might not be, it's like you want your cow to go somewhere, it is going there, but not exactly how you want it to go there, right? So that's something. And collider calculations, we are doing collider calculations, right? I mean, one way to check would be to just yes, not exactly inside of this, but we are. If we were not, you would see that here the colliders will not move exactly with the objects. Yeah, everything has. The only thing is when the cow flips, the collider does not really match, so now it's near his front legs. Really not a big deal. See, when the cow is facing left, the collider is perfect. When it faces the opposite direction, am I not flipping it right? I don't know. I'm just doing minus the source itself. The colliders are good. Alex, I think alt is better. Yeah, I'm also a little questioning this current approach. But I mean, it's fine. It looks okay because they are idling more than they're moving, right? But if something were to like really permanently stick to idling for unrealistic amounts of time, that would not be right. But I think I like this. So for this chicken to come here, the point it chose was like right on this edge, really. And now it's almost one underneath it. See, it's one outside this rectangle. It's 1 pixel outside this rectangle almost. Show me the cow once again. Yes. The cow animation is a little weird. The guy just made everything nice, but the cow looks more like a pig. Unless you buy the premium pack, which I am considering to buy. Well, we reached something, so we now might as well clean the code up a little bit. Comments I'll work on later. I will just let's see. This is this stay idle. Okay, I still have the timer based logic, by the way. I mean, I still have it on GitHub, but I also have it here written down. Okay. let's not do any overhead. If not, stay idle. Do this, else do this. Let's not touch it right now. Movement vector is initialized. If length is 0, return. If optimization wise, instead of double checking it, should I not like cache it here and then, because this is run twice, and the square function, I think length is how do you get length? You square both the elements, you plus them, I mean you add them, and then you square root them, square root the sum, right? So maybe doing this twice is not a good idea. I need this anyways, so I just do float distance above. Yeah, I just do float distance here, and if distance is equal to 0, then return, right? Because I need float, I need this variable also. I get it here. If it is 0, return, and then idle logic happens, whereas before we were doing this first. So if idle set, this could be a function. Yeah, sqrt a square plus b square, right? So I'm, instead of doing it twice because I need it anyways, I'm just gonna do it once and compare that value. I guess the compiler is smart enough. It does catch stuff like that, and if it can see that this can be replaced with a constant the next time, it will. But anyways, I'm doing things on my, and I have my optimization flag set to 0 for now. So I don't really care about such minuscule things at this point, but just good practice, right? I don't want to like develop bad habits either. This could be a function barring the return statement. Right. I can't even call it like play idle or anything, because it's just a timer that is in place. I'm not even triggering anything, you know. I'm just checking if this time has passed, and then I'm just resetting this value, which the way it works is it eventually ends up getting into here, which sees if it's idle or not, if it's moving, what sprites to play. Right. What can I clean up here actually? If I were to remove the return, that would look something like this, right? Right, because if you move, then only you calculate collider information. Is that right? Yes. Sometimes the idle time is just too long. With the speed decrease down, I think one thing we can do, and this, instead of hard coding it, we can put it as a value, is greater than equal to 30. So we have a 70% chance of being movement. So this could be a static value. Not all animals need it. Idle percent, is that a good name? It's 30. Right. There isn't anything other than that to clean up, I don't think. Suddenly everything is moving. The random seed, I think, is what dictates it. If I wait like a little bit and then try again, and I try again, similar things can happen. But I set the seed, what does even that do? Because every time you run it, it's different. But there is still a chance that you might land exactly on the same set of random values. I don't really understand random seed that much. I need to look into it. But imagine a Minecraft world, to have exactly the same, exactly another world generated the same is like the rarest of rare. And I think I don't know how this works, but if it is procedural logic, then it should just load exactly the whatever your settings allow you to load in at a time. Or is it just it loads everything, but the render thing happens when you get go nearby, and then it's rendered. I don't think that is the case, because if you've only been to let's say a 50 block radius, right? You've never visited outside that, so outside parts don't even exist unless you get nearby the edges. Then they start generating, right? So I guess in theory you could never have two worlds exactly the same, because if you continue exploring, or I guess if you have explored all throughout the world and you reach the end point, I don't know how that works. My chat glitched out or something. What happened? Yes. Initial state of random function. Each next call for the same seed is the same output. Ah, I thought you did that for different. Yeah, yes. Yeah, but the seed number you can change every time, right? So you put in something like, what is it? Time, what? I forgot the term. ENIAC time or whatever. It is probably seconds since the beginning of time tracking. When computers were able to track time, I think, or something like that. Or you can put in real time as well. But real time repeats. You need a value that never repeats. Okay, here we can clean up. Is idle set makes sense, right? Idle flag. Seconds, idle timer, idle duration. Right. What did I put exclamation mark? I put what is it called, semicolon here. Float DTE. Okay, let's just do one thing at a time. That it? Okay, DT. We are using it as delta time really. Animal DT. But if I don't want to like make it generic, right? It is very specific to movement. Wandering, and this is where all the old games you would see because of, well, because they didn't have VS Code back in the day. In the 90s, they would go wandering or wander timer like this or something, you know, internal variables. With C, I don't know what they would do, but you know, private ones would be like this, or they even had some kind of naming conventions where they would go like I and then that I is for int, like that. So you could tell the type. Now you can just hover and it will say a lot of stuff, you know. Even the comment is like mentioned here. In complex projects, yes, you know, you have too many things that are named and nobody really understands anything anyways. Scope specific, you know, hundreds of people work on one particular project, right? Very scope specific things you work on. But this could be wander DT, like that. Wandering DT. Wander idle timer. This is more in idle only. Idle DT, but you don't write D like that in mathematics, right? You can write capital D too. Usually it's symbolized by small d for del. Is that a good comment? Because you're doing get frame time, right? But it's idle DT. It's not just generic DT. Right? Move X and move Y is more like direction vector. Direction X. Direction vector, direction X component. I don't know, because it essentially becomes this. Animation duration, these we are not using. That was for the previous implementation. So these are commented out for now. Stay idle. Right. I'm still not happy, like it looks so dirty to me and scattered around. You know, we do this and then initialize movement vector. So this is movement vector, I don't need to comment. Distance just gets the length. If distance 0, then return. Yeah, don't need to do anything. It'll be all blank functions basically. If idle set. Now could this be a switch case thing? I think yes. Right. So if this were to be, what am I doing again? Is idle state, idle set. No, like you cannot switch it. Right, how do you switch this? You need a generic flag again, which I don't want to introduce and yet another flag. So if idle set, else if animal dot is target set. This makes more sense. Idling, it's about DT in the current state. Yes, I mean I understand that, and for now I can make it DT. I'm not using it anywhere else, right? And it's one thing. Yeah, actually you're right. But then again, it explains what it is, idle DT. Like if I were to just look at DT, but then again you can comment. I don't know. We're using it as delta time only for idle, so you're right. Eat play, you need another actions DT. No, it won't say unused. Why will it say unused? We will use it here only, na? It like the code we have here, this stays intact, right? If I add something else, you're saying I will use a different DT for those like mechanisms, but here why will I change this? And I need a float variable that is independent of any other that is only used over here, and that's because I'm updating it with something and then resetting it again. So if I have eat or cuddle or whatever, then interesting how you mention it with, you know, a leading underscore. Was state, right? Yeah, so animal state, animal cuddle, animal this, animal that. I'll still be using this for this specific use case when idle is set. Just the only thing is I'm thinking if I could anyway make this into a switch case, which I don't think you can with two separate. We can give each animal a random starting, what is it called, point in the frames. So if all animals are idling at the start, they may not equally do so, right? Otherwise it looks very monotonous, right? Yeah, so what can I name it? Do you have any suggestions? Because I think like DT was just enough for this particular scenario, because I'm not really using it anywhere, right? So it could stay DT and no problems. What else do we have? We have target X, Y, idle set, idle duration. Idle duration, that is a random value we get. So we set that anyways. We don't need to check. We don't need to initialize this to 0. Could be a good habit, I think, regardless, because we are not checking it directly. We are setting it and then checking. Animal dot idle duration, right? Integer value, we set it to 0. Yeah, this, I think the compiler will do it for me. Int, float, bool, everything is mixed up. You wanna get the bools at the very end, I think, or bools at the very beginning. So they get, it doesn't really matter, because you want to help the CPU organize things better. You don't want to just think about optimization and what will take less size in memory. You need to be working with the CPU, right? So do whatever you want with this compiler. If I just go to O2, or I think O1 or O2 is fine for shipping. Do whatever you want. It's not a game engine, it's a game, but yeah, thank you so much for being here and keeping me company. I really appreciate it. With the game, yeah, it's a game. It's a game. The engine part is just non-existent. We just have very basic primitive stuff, which can be called game objects, or just, you know, have their own name. But I just made it engine, so it sounds cooler, I guess. I wanted to like pseudo build an engine at the same time, you know, add functionality, but then I realized the game is, you know, the game needs its own stuff rather than the engine becoming a generic engine. So I make game specific changes to that file even now. Yeah, I'm trying to make sense of if I can clean this function up a little bit. It is currently around 167 to 92, so it's around 70 lines, right? There's nothing repetitive happening. Stay idle. You have 3 lines here. Can I function it out? Wouldn't make sense just for the sake of doing it. This could become like idle until duration, idle something, right? Whereas this could be like clamp when reached, something like that. As it is, even worse, it will leave empty space after bool, or say car, just so the float will fit at the beginning of. Yes. Okay, so it won't make those kind of changes, right? Okay, I don't mind that. I don't mind that. What I meant by that was if the CPU thinks, or if the compiler decides that the CPU is better off, you know, aligning everything 8 bytes at a time, so be it. What can I do? Right? Like I don't want to specifically optimize and make it harder for the CPU to, you know, organize things just to be memory efficient or something, right? Because it expects everything to be like byte aligned. I don't know why I would want to keep it like that, like where every bool is at the top. I guess because then they are one byte each, right? But if it's odd number of bytes, that creates more problems than solutions, right? Or rather, if it's not I I don't have the number of booleans I have is not in the power of 2. That could still be a problem, I guess, but that's too far to think. I'm only an end user. I just write code. That's what I do. If I run into a problem, we will see then, which we have been running into a problem all the time since yesterday. Yeah, and here I was thinking, okay, I'll just get through this what is it, AI wandering thing, and get to work on the camera, adding the camera to the player. Here we are still working on the animation or the wandering logic, seeing if I can clean it up a little bit. I can just blatantly make every 3-4 lines a function and call it, but I'm trying to make a reason out of it, right? And I don't see anything. Maybe this get what is it, or rather set flip. Would a set flip look nice here? Const move. I could even do. Hey, can you pass movement.x as a float? Const movement dot or const float const. No, you pass. No. You pass the value here. Sorry, and then you define as const float, right? Or I can take movement entirely. I just need the x value to flip. That's why I'm not even. But then again, it's fine as it is. On an even worse day, sleepless night, and I cannot focus, I'll do those shenanigan like changes later. uint32t flag field uint32t 1-bit flag. Acha, so you're also specifying the bit in that. Obvious and dumb, so the compiler does not try and do shenanigans. Yeah, makes sense. Then does it matter if it is uint32 or uint16 or uint8 even, because you're only specifying one, right? Like you're saying you want to do uint I don't have uint here, but whatever, like int, right? I don't even have these, but let's say I had, right? So you're saying int flag and you want to specify 1-bit. Then does it matter if this is 1? It has to be in the power of 2, but does it matter if the int is int or int16t or whatever it is, because you're only using 1? Ah, nice. That's a nice idea. Yes. But yeah, my question is, I don't think it matters. Of course you want to use unsigned, but then if it's int 16 or if it's int 8 even, does it matter at all? Because you're only using 1 bit. You're specifying it, right? In the flag itself. What is it? Game object dot flip. This. This is a nice change. For my stupid head, on a bad day, I might even not really understand this, so if moving right, or if direction, if moving right, flip, flip, if left, flip back, or vice versa. Yeah, this is self-explanatory, but I'll still write this much. Because the whole idea is that it is also undoing it, right? Or it's not undoing it, right? So I have to perhaps do a ternary, because if this is false, then it sets it to false. Okay, it is doing it. This is a very neat way, because I would have normally gone the ternary way with this, but this does the exact same thing. If this is true, you set this to true. If this is false, you set flip to false. Okay, good change. You declare 1632-bit field and compiler reserves that much at the place, but use that much bits for a named field. Okay, so it will reserve the size of that type, but the bit fields you specify will be used. Right. So then why would you do int for flags? That is because it also depends. You don't always need boolean flags, right? But if you do need just a boolean flag, why would you do int 32t and not 16t or int 8t? Right, because you just need one bit out of that. Let's have some fun, you know, why not? End of the day, you gotta have fun doing what you do. I love chicken. 464. I think you can just spawn them anywhere. They'll find a spot inside and stick to it, inside that rectangle. So let's do 464 and 600, and I'll do another chicken at, generally it's better to go to the right because that's empty space there. Left we have a house. 500. Let's see, let's add some more chickens to the play field. Yeah. You can for loop this at this point. It's getting too many. On cow. Oh. Cow dot width. Cow dot height. bool is int, 8-bit int, right? Extra pain in the ass. Hey, look at my cows. Look at my cows. Tiki tiki taka taka. They move. The feet animation, the guy perhaps purposefully did not make this free version so nice. Tiki tiki taka taka, the cow moves. It's so funny. Now to work on the state machine, right? They will have a grazing or a eating state and a resting state, right? So idle is standing idle, resting will be when you are feet down. That's what I saw the paid version has, the sprites, extra sprites. Even the grass is animated. These blocks you see here, even these are animated. It is beautiful, to say the least. See, the grass is beautiful. Not that I cannot make it myself, but you know, if I need the full set, why, you may as well just pay this guy $3. You can cut down trees. I don't have the axe, I think. There's wells and stuff. And we have muddy blocks. I don't have muddy blocks. I have only path blocks. You know, water animation. You can do fishing. You have torches. You have so many different. Yeah, see pigs. I mean sheep even. Oh, they rest. They go to sleep too. Grazing, of course. Chicken have their own. Wow. You can build a Minecraft, like, you know, or like a Terraria. What is a Terraria? It's called, or Stardew Valley rather. On Terraria, Stardew Valley you can make with this, and you can expand if you really want. You can expand. You can make your own Minecraft like experience with this. There's desert as well. My God, this guy has done it. Right, you can do dungeons, which can all be just one game. You just go to certain places like portals in Minecraft, or you enter a cave, you get dungeons, you just go too far away, you find the desert. Boss fights would be amazing here. Whereas the overworld can be more realistic and, like, you know, maybe monsters and stuff, but still more realistic. I love this. I love this. I recommend this. Anybody starting out game dev, try this. You can try the free one with really anything, even an engine or Pygame, raylib, whatever you want. It is beautiful. It is 16 by 16 and I'm just scaling it up by 4 everywhere. Other than that, everything is. Amazing Horse by Mr. Weeble. Is that an asset pack? Amazing Horse. Am I spelling it right? This? Why? 8-bit. Why? I don't know. Do you mean like this game or something? There's a game on this. It took so much time to get it. Tardigrade. What is 4-minute long message? This website is loading very slowly. I don't know what you mean. What you... The page finally loaded though. Bandcamp. I don't think I've ever heard of Bandcamp. Well, I missed something is what I'm gonna take. I tend to prefer this to guarantee is exactly one step away. Yes. So I am using that, right? We tried some cows and chicken. I don't know what will happen. We could just try, right? I don't know. I think we should try with the cow thing here. Have I even set up everything I need to set up for sheep and everything? Or pig? Sheep. 764 640. Will sheep show up? It's a question. Yes, but show me cow. Cow is 4 times or 2 into 64. So let's just do it out. 128. Right. Yes. Ah, look at the sheep. It's animated also. Wow. So my logic is scalable actually. Am I getting its tail though? Or is it just like that only? Yeah. Bastard just left all ugly animals for free. Really. All the good ones are paid. So I can then even do 732 640 sheep. Same thing but big, just in case. Look at my sheep. My sheep is amazing. Give it a look. Is it a song reference or a video reference? Somebody did that. Why double sheep? 732. Oh, pig. First of all, I wanted pig. And it's not at the same spot. Yes. 7. Six 640. Beautiful should be. Yes, look at the pig. Lovely. Beautiful. I can make this my wallpaper, you know. like an animated wallpaper. You can do your own work, while if you want to chill out or like relax for a moment, you know how they say every 20 minutes look at something 20 feet away. You can just go back, you know, while this is open your desktop. Everybody in the office, college, wherever you are, will stare at your desktop while you're looking at an object 20 feet away. This is so nice. And stuff like this is what makes game dev feel fun and interactive. Even though essentially you are not doing much. I just spent 20, I don't know how much, 6, 7, 8 hours just doing one or two things. But that's the beauty of it. I can now call any other animal and spawn it on the screen. It'll have the same logic, right? If I had those other animals or other variants of cows even, or sheep, I could just call them and they will behave exactly as I want them to behave. That's the beauty of it. I think one thing I can consider is removing the shadows from these. There are certain moments where you will... colliders for pigs may need to be tweaked. For sheep as well, yeah, they need to be tweaked because I can stand on top of it. With chicken, let's see. Chicken, it's barely just that. Cows, though, not at all. I know. Oh, cows also. But I made them this way for a reason. I don't remember. I think for the shadows or something. I can barely stand on top of the cow's feet. Chicken also, just barely. Yeah. But those can be tweaked very easily. Pig one, I didn't do pig's collider properly. So because I didn't spawn pig ever. This is the first time I'm spawning pig and sheep on the screen. I never needed them. So we'll have to look into the spawn chicken functions and all of that. And of course, as there is more objects, you can do a for loop and spawn them scattered across or random places, whatever the logic is. That is the cyber janitor work, not today. If I want, I can do it, but I don't want. I checked everything is running fine. Git log one line. Animals flip sprites based on direction. So it is time. How do you exit out of this? Control C, Control Z does nothing. It just redoes that. I guess you gotta type a command. Log file. I can create a file. Escape. Enter. Don't create a file called escape. Is everything clean enough? I guess. Load high ground. It's a massive function, right? Let me keep it for now. I will remove it when I'm confident enough that I don't need this anymore. But this is just redundant logic. I saw it immediately. The moment I was done with it, git commit. Didn't refactor anything, right? Touched upon. Destination sprites. Rects, let's just call it. And let's see. End of day, I love GitHub. I have 2 biscuits I wanted to have with tea. Forgot. $141. $141 and what? Yeah, it took a little bit of time. I was doing like refreshing with cache by deleting cache. 155 in the last year, all from June, late June. Good work today. I stuck with it and figured out a lot of things. I'm very much realizing the importance of type safety, and not type safety, but like remembering to check even not just equality of course, but also greater than, less than, any kind of checks. Try and make it between the same types, otherwise it'll be problematic. That is the biggest lesson learned from early on today. Well, thank you so much for keeping me company. I don't have anything else I want to do right now. I'll probably just get some rest, play some games later on, and call it a day. You told me your name, Anthony? Why don't you run and debug from IDE? I don't like debugging, to be honest. Only a couple times I've really gone on to that, but yeah, haven't tried that too many times. I don't know, I can't seem to find it. Alex, yeah. Yes, finishing up all. I don't have anything else to do, right? I'm gonna make myself a cup of tea. Another cup of tea. $3D printer, yeah, you do some stuff. You do some stuff with it. I mean, for me, the next best thing to a 3D printer is perhaps augmented reality or something. Where I can get my sprite. It would be a cool idea, actually. Like uprise only. I can just blend it out. Like, you have a projector bleeding out on a screen or on a wall or something. I can see my game on a table with VR glasses, that is. I'm playing it on a table, on my table screen. Wouldn't that be a fun project if I added Unity into the mix? Like, Unity is handling all of the VR stuff. I just, my raylib game just gets, like Unity just gets the game and like puts it on the screen. Puts it on the VR setup, really. Cool ideas I get from time to time. The jar is filled, and so much so that it's out of the screen. Right, the physics is breaking. The stuff is not inside the jar anymore, and I love it. We must make the jar bigger next time. I can do it now, but it'll empty the cup. So I may as well just take a screenshot first. Let me straighten up. Yeah, let's take a couple of screenshots. Yes. The jar is quite big. The area of the jar can be made bigger. Another day, another $10 sold. Little but honest work where I steal models and print them. Really? Yeah, 3D printer is a very in-demand thing, right? I don't know about your place, but in India, my God, people would pay a lot of money. And that's why I was asking you the questions of like PCB and stuff. If you could somehow make something out of those materials and then use like a pen or even use the what is it called? The heat gun and whatnot they use now for like melting down, you know, the soldering kit. If you could use a soldering kit to somehow make indents on the, like, you know, card like surface that you print out, and you use the like metal to get them inside that area, would that not be an idea that could be done? Maybe, but I guess the biggest problem is the material of the printer, right? Like whatever you're printing with, it needs to be less. It needs to be heat, not absorb, not I don't know what the term is. It should not heat up basically, right? But it also should not conduct electricity. So that's that. Ban my money from going outside. Russia, right? You're in Russia. A lot of things. Russia, China, Korea, of course. They put a lot of bans on outgoing and incoming stuff. This is a neat little app which lets you customize everything. I just add everything one shot. But there's a limitation on this. Right, I cannot just drag. I can. Okay. I can make the cup bigger. Right. Right. There's more space on the top, which I don't know why you would need that many more to be going outside the cup. General idea is make it fatter. I can cover my face, but when it gets filled up, you can't see anything. So I'll not touch this, as a matter of fact. I'll let it be exactly what it is. There are some new things that I wanted to try. Build-ups. So if people are joining, if I have like, let's say 5-6 people watching the stream, like viewers can type something in the chat and have drum rolls, or the screen can be black, pitch black, and viewers can type something. As they chat more and more and more, the screen lights up, and then the camera and everything shows up. No PayPal, no nothing really. Yeah, I mean, people like resort to piracy anyways, even if they can afford things. But yeah, I feel you, dude. That must suck. Reactions, no. Shout outs. I think you go to overlays, and inside this you can add shout outs. Did somebody donate today? Anirudh must have with his other account. So if I add a shout out, alert, Kappa again, tip jar. We have a stream, boss. It's not here. Alert. No, I want goals, interactions, maybe. No. Viewer profile, cards and stats. No. General. No. Streaming tools. Emote box, chat emotes, dedicated box, Credits, shout out. Yes, shout out. Heart rate. Shout out. Only video. Caption. Vertical. Horizontal. Horizontal. How is this horizontal? This is Twitch directed. I don't want this then. I mean, you can customize it and all, but plus 10%. Okay. So that's by like just as it is, not because of import tax, right? Another interesting thing I saw, I forgot. Interactions? No. Streaming tools. Be right back screen. What do you mean by that? Like you have some cool stuff where I can put things, chat and all. No, there's nothing interesting enough. My clips. It's called Twitch designed or Twitch you know, specifically made for Twitch. Shout out. I thought shout out would be just like whoever donated get their name up on the screen again, but that's not the case. So never mind. In the end, but no donates from I and no ads because Google doesn't know. Oh, you don't see any ads. that's you know, I don't know. Bug is a feature sometimes. But yeah, you don't need to. You don't have to donate. But with the ads, I can get why some people might be annoyed because I've put up ads to be aggressive. Like, where do you see that? Hi. It stays on medium for the most part, but I want to make a little bit more money these days, so I've put it on, and I'm seeing more ads myself as well, so I thought might as well try it out. If 5 people donate any amount, then we will just stop all ads because that gets me more money than the ads in an entire stream can, right? Freeloader, or same as me. I can support people in any, because I don't earn money myself, right? If I was earning money, it would be a different scenario altogether. But I like to support people through reposts and likes and, you know, comments and all of that stuff. So all the channels I follow on YouTube, I'm almost always interacting with them. Yeah, I will post on Twitter right after this with the animals. For the past week, I've been talking about how I want to do this, how I want to do that, and I end up doing just one small thing. But I guess that's, you know, reality check. What if it's halal? Exactly. Somebody said, can you eat these animals? I said, absolutely not. We here at I Work Alone Dev Studios condemn such acts of cruelty towards innocent free will bearing animals. What if it's halal? Yeah, don't consume animals. If they can also procreate on their own. We are thinking too ahead of ourselves here. Let's not let that happen. I have only limited 256 objects at a time so far. We should keep it there. Keep it under the limit. All right, that's going to be doing it for today. Thank you so much once again. I will see you tomorrow. Is Saturday, right? So I'm definitely streaming 11 a.m. or not. I cannot tell you because depends on when I wake up and if I have to. I probably have to shower both the dogs, so it will take time. Might start a little later, but yeah. Tries not to look at his pizza with chicken and pork. You're enjoying yourself, are you not? I will. I don't have any money in the bank either. I don't want to bother that today. So tomorrow I'll have something nice just to cheer myself up. Today only tea and some biscuits. I'm trying to lose some weight as well. So late night snacks, like I don't eat anything at night. Snacks. Only snacks at night and then no late night food either. So yeah, but you know, I guess every once in a while I do feel like I deserve, if I work hard enough, I do feel like I've earned a weekend treat for myself, right? Well, thank you so much for watching. As always, for anybody else watching, it says 2 concurrent viewers. So if you see an ad in the end screen, I would appreciate if you keep watching through because ads help support the channel immensely. Thank you so much. I will see you tomorrow. Goodbye.